Parker. That's all right.
2-minute warning, counselors, 2-minute warning.
ready for some fun tonight? It'll be a blast.
I'm calling the regular August 12th, 2021, strike that. I'm calling the regular September 9th, 2021 meeting of the Roswell City Council to order. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Councilor Lopez. Councilor Lopez. Councilor Best. Here. Councilor Roebuck.
Here.
Councilor Moore.
Here.
Councilor Kinnard. Here. Councilor Foster.
Here.
Councilor Perry.
Here.
Councilor Oropesa.
Here.
Councilor Stubbs.
Here.
Councilor Sanchez.
Here.
Mayor Kintai.
Present.
Councilor Lopez, are you there?
We're
Mr.
attempting to contact Councilor Lopez through the GoToMeeting online program, and I have him here listed as online, but we're not getting a response. So for the purposes of the roll call, he is not present. And I apologize for that.
And you would still have a quorum,
Please
Mr.
mute
Mayor.
your cell phones. All right. But we do have a quorum. At this point, I'll ask everyone to please rise while Councilor Best leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance and Councilor Foster does the invocation. Councilor Best, you have the floor.
I pledge allegiance.
Please bow. Father God, thank you for all the wonderful blessings you've given us. Even thanks for the rain that's brought us out of the drought. Be with us tonight and be with all our soldiers around the world and their families, all our police officers that are and their families who are working to protect us. Be with this council tonight as we make decisions that affect Roswell and affect our citizens. Let all decisions be ones that you agree with. In your son's name, amen.
Amen. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I make a motion that we approve the agenda for this evening's City Council meeting to include pulling from the consent agenda per the request of Councilor Oropesa, bids for RFPs and agreements number 5, which is the Industrial Incorporate, the RFP 2205, which is number 6, which is the Engineering and Architectural Services, number 7, which is the Pavement Mill and Fill Project, number 8, which is the ITB for Mountain View Waterline, and number 10, which is the Central Square software. number 11, which is the Dude Solutions software, and then under resolutions number 13, which is the weeds resolution. Those will be heard directly before, prior to the new business regular items. Also to include the resolutions, the proposed ordinances for advertisement, and the requests as given, and also to include the minutes from the previous meeting as stated.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry, once he activates the motion box.
Shows it's activated.
It's not appearing on my screen. Nope. All right, I have a
Madam Clerk, are
motion
you
by
able-
Counselor Perry and a
go.
second by Counselor Foster. All right, showing up now. Any discussion or debate on the agenda as moved? Hearing none, seeing none, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the agenda as presented. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, it passes 9-0. Item number 2 is the first item up, and that is announcements. I will try to be brief. I do have a few things to mention, though. I want to reiterate what I said a month ago. This is in cooperation with the city manager, deputy city manager. Employees of the city of Roswell will not be required, as a condition of their employment, to receive any of the COVID vaccines. We respect that individuals will make their own health care decisions. The city of Roswell will not preclude a non-vaccinated person from continuing their employment. Next item up, councilors, we will have to move the November City Council meeting from the November 11th date. Normally, we meet on the second Thursday. That is a holiday. Next month, we will be taking action. I will recommend that we move it to November 18th, 1 week later. But that will be an action item that we will take under next month. I want to acknowledge something that hasn't gotten as much attention as I think it deserves, and kudos to Mr. Nebb. A special thank you to Mr. Fuentes. We have received from the Federal Aviation Administration the unconditional release from further FAA oversight of the area known as the Old Municipal Airport. This has been 50 years that has been hung over our head. Mr. Fuentes has worked on this something like 2.5 years, hasn't he, Mr. Nebb? Nothing quick happens with the federal government, trust me, I know. Mr. Fuentes, I appreciate your work. I know that Mr. Stark helped you a lot in this too, but that is a huge deal. I also would like to make note that beginning Monday, the New Mexico Youth Ag Expo will be at the Eastern New Mexico State Fairgrounds. That is a private facility, and they have moved this expo down from Albuquerque. It is open to the public, and you're welcome to attend. And finally, I'd make note that Saturday marks the 20th anniversary of the attacks on the United States of September 11th. As an individual who wore a badge and a gun on that day, we do not forget. And that's all the words I have for that. Next up is item number 3, Chamber of Commerce audit. Mr. Nebb, do you want to introduce?
Yes, sir. I'm pleased to introduce Andrea Moore, the President and Executive Director of the Roswell Chamber of Commerce. For everybody that remembers, a little over a year ago in March, we discussed doing a an audit of the chamber, to assist the chamber with doing an audit for the previous 3 years. Took a little longer than we had hoped because of a lot of different reasons with COVID, with a lot of different pieces. But I'm pleased to say that we've gotten all 3 years completed, and Andrea will cover what was learned, I believe, in the audit. So with that, Mayor, City Council, Ms. Moore.
Ms. Moore?
Well, good evening, and thank you, Mayor Kentai and City Council, for having me. As we all know, I'm here tonight to give our report on our 3-year audit that was requested by the city and agreed upon by the Chamber of Commerce. The audit is finally finished, and you have been provided a copy of each of the 3 years' reports. Before the audit, it was agreed upon that the auditors had little reason to review any of our accounting practices, rules, policies, as the Chamber did not have many. And since July of 2020, we have implemented almost full brand-new practices, rules, and policies within the office. In fiscal year 19, the report stated the same concerns and shared substantial doubt regarding the Chamber's ability to continue. There was a going concern, which means that there is uncertainty of the Chamber's ability to meet its debt obligations. After speaking with our auditors about the changes that have been made within the Chamber of Commerce, they are confident that the Chamber will be moving out of the going concern in our future audits. In fiscal year 2019, there was also considerable concern about how the Chamber would meet those obligations, and since 2019, those concerns are being met. The auditors had also stated that the change of management and the intent to finance operating costs with existing cash, grants, loans offered through COVID relief, along with collecting 60 to 70% of our outstanding and overdue memberships, the Chamber should be viable by fiscal year 2023. The Chamber also believes that this to be true, and we are hoping that we will be considered viable well before fiscal year 2023. In the internal review, some things that were identified and brought to my attention were questionable expenditures that the executive director had made, such as hiring her husband to do work for the Chamber, which does create a slippery slope that should be addressed while developing proper checks and balances. Although hiring spouses or family members is not necessarily improper, we at the Chamber of Commerce have changed the way we do things, and everything is fully disclosed to the board and beyond. I am certain we will find nothing in our final year of the audit as was found by our auditors. It is the Chamber's position, as well as the city's, that some of the funding was not used properly, but it is what it is, and we have moved on. Our mission at the Chamber of Commerce is to promote economic and social prosperity, to assist business development, tourism, and foster community spirit and pride. And since August of 2020, we have lived by that mission. Any and all endeavors that we have wanted to take on we always reflect back to that mission statement. If it fits within the mission statement, our answer is yes. If it doesn't, simply it is no. And since August of 2020, and especially since the completion of the audit, we are no longer looking in the rearview mirror. We are only looking through the windshield. This past year, we have started a magazine that has been received by the community with rave reviews. We have started to rebuild our broken relationships with the businesses and our community. And everyone I meet, I ask 3 simple questions. What are we doing good? What are we doing bad? And what do you want us to do for you? Thank you, and I now stand for questions.
All right. I have Counselor Kennard online, and Counselor Best. Counselor Kennard, can you hear?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Hang on, Counselor. We need to increase your volume. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
We need a, hang on. The volume is inadequate here. Try again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you increase your volume?
I don't know if that's possible. I'm sitting right next to my laptop.
Okay. Hang on. Can we put a microphone next to? Yes, I guess. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Let's
Counselor
get this-
Kennard, just call me and I'll put you on the microphone. Oh, okay, Jeff says to try one more time. Do you want her to call? Counselor Kennard, just go ahead and call me and I'll put you on my mic.
Okay, I'm going to mute and turn my volume down so there's no feedback.
Okay.
Okay, Counselor Kennard, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I feel like every time we address this issue, I need to just disclose that for a short time, I was employed by the Chamber beginning in the fall of 2019 and leaving in January of 2020 due to being told that the board felt I could or should not serve in both capacities as a counselor and office administrator. So I just wanted to put that out there because I feel like it's important. Having said that, I'd like to just go back to the history of how this happened. According to Mr. Nebb at the time, there was a mass exodus of employees, and an audit was requested by Mr. Nebb on 2/24 of 2020. 17 days later, the executive director terminated the contract with the city after receiving the request. Having said that, it was my hope that this audit would allow for the city and the chamber to work towards repairing the relationship. But I don't have much confidence that there was transparency in the audit process, in that what was said by the auditor is that they were not able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to provide a basis for an audit opinion. So I understand that the chamber is looking forward, but this audit was supposed to give taxpayers in the city some assurance as to how the money was used in the past. Mr. Nebb, can you tell us how much the audit was?
Councilor Mayor, right off the top of my head, the audit was intended to be right around 32,000, I believe. And between years 2 and 3, the auditor asked for additional funding, which we agreed to do as well. So it ended up being about $42,000 plus or minus a couple thousand, one way or the other.
Okay, thank you. In the city's, this is just my comparison, in the city's annual audit, things are mentioned as far as staff's willingness to cooperate, to provide requested documentation. I think that would have been important to know in this situation. And what I was kind of disappointed about is that there were 3 years of audit, and each one of them in the report stated there was not enough sufficient appropriate evidence to base an opinion. if there was not enough documentation to provide an audit opinion, I mean, I'm not, I guess I'm just making a statement. Is that because detailed accounting records were not kept? And I don't understand that when the chamber hires an outside accountant to manage those things. I don't see it, and I may have overlooked it, but I don't see any discussion in the audit regarding board procedure. And the reason I think this is a big deal is because we have other nonprofit contracts, and we need to ensure that the taxpayer money is protected. And I would just like to finally say, I'm disappointed that the auditor is not available to discuss the audit. In the same manner, the city's auditor is made available to discuss the findings within the city audit. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I have Counselor Best and then Counselor Foster, and that exhausts my list. Counselor Best, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm gonna move back a little further in history. I know and understand that the chamber wants to move on. I get it. I understand that, but the taxpayers' money, whether it is the county taxpayer, because the county also pays you, whether it's the city money, whether it's the federal money that's come down and paid your bills. If it wasn't for COVID, your bills wouldn't be paid. I mean, it says it right there. And actually, my paper is blue and white. COVID relief, along with collecting 60 to 70% of the outstanding overdue memberships, the chamber should be viable with 23. So let me back up a little bit with the other executive director. I believe you were on the board for a while she was executive director. How long was that?
I was on the board for approximately 2 years.
Okay. So within those 2 years, payroll taxes weren't paid. I went back and looked at Santa Fe. 1 year, the entry was in handwriting and had no bookkeeper enter it. So I'd like to know if that has been taken care of and payroll taxes are being paid accordingly.
Since I have been in the office, since August of 2020, all taxes have been paid, and any outstanding tax bills have been taken care of as well.
Okay. When did you, the audit, of course, this audit took forever, and Mr. Nebb can tell you I was in every week asking about the audit, every week. So every time the auditor came to you and asked you for information, did we have to go on a hunt and seek, a hide and find? You know, I understand the records weren't good. And this hidden credit card that nobody knew about that just popped up at the total end of it.
There was no hidden credit card.
There was an extra credit card from what I understand.
There was no hidden credit card.
Okay. There was, but okay. I'm going to step to September 8th of this month, just the other day. In the Roswell Daily Record, you were quoted saying, "Nothing was found, just things we already knew, nothing that we didn't know, and no illegal activities." So if you have been on the board with the chamber for 2 years prior to your executive directorship, obviously this was not brought to the board by the previous executive director.
Correct.
Okay. So when I go on a board, this is just me, I'm making a statement. When I go on a board, I look at all the financials before I step into a situation that I don't know what's going on. And I understand trust, and believe me, I trust a lot, especially lately. Anyway, I understand there's trust, but you always have to watch your back. And you and the other board members did not watch the back of the citizens of Roswell or the citizens of the county. That's a statement there. So you already knew this was being done. Did we go to Candace and say, hey, this is wrong? You know, I'm curious if that was ever done. I've already said that you were very blessed in a roundabout way that you got COVID because your federal grants and your federal money helped got you out of a hole, which that actually should have been going for COVID when you had it. The hiring of either board member or spouses is happening again from what I understand. But that's just me. I understand that's happening again. So, is there any way the audit can be made public? I kind of want to chew on Joe a little bit here. Since I was after the audit for so long and so long and so long, and we knew you were doing a presentation, that audit was not sent out to each counselor. I had to get it from Margaret, who had to beg you to send it to her. So I'm having a little bit of an issue in the transparency. We paid $42,000 for this audit. It's on our agenda for us to read, and we don't have it to read unless we come into the city or we have to ask, and he's not on the phone. We paid $42,000 for no man that is out there. I have a big problem with that because that's a lot of money that our citizens have put out for that. So that's a little bit of chewing on you there. My next question is a little bit more history with the balloon rally. There was $10,000 to $12,000 that there was not a deposit slip provided or there. So I'm kind of wondering where all that money went.
What are you talking about?
There was
Please clarify so I can
there was a
answer
balloon,
correctly.
the balloon rally. I'm not sure which year it was. The balloon rally, there was $10,000 to $12,000, and there was not a deposit slip in the banking situation there. So I don't know where that went. I'm just making comments here. I'm sure they're true. They're true because the information was on a jump drive with an employee that left
Then
the
that is
chamber.
stolen property as soon as an employee is no longer employed within the Chamber of Commerce, and they remove anything out of that office without explicit consent, and it is in their employee packet that they sign, then it is stolen property. So if you have proof of stolen property, I would gladly like to have that, so we can take care
Andrea,
of that.
you hired her back. You hired her back to the chamber with that jump drive so you could help fix the audit. I'm just saying.
Well,
and-
if you have proof of that, then
and
the board
just
will
saying.
take care of that.
It's out there. Let's see, what else do I have here? The Leadership Roswell, is that money commingled?
No.
Okay, so at one point, there was nothing in their account, and all of a sudden, their money showed back up.
No, that's not correct.
Okay, if you say so.
That's not correct. When I took over the office in August of 2020, there was only one account. And as soon as I had noticed that, I went and made sure that we had opened appropriate accounts so that way the money would be put in the appropriate places, being that there is money coming from multiple locations and to be used for very specific purposes. What happened prior to me being in the office was out of my control, and I had no knowing of that until the day I took over. And since that day, we have gone through and made sure that appropriate monies are put where they are supposed to be. So for example, Leadership Roswell starts tomorrow, and all of the monies that have been collected for this year's class go into their own account. And I have been speaking with both Margaret and Rick Kraft at length with the things that we have been doing, and they have access to any and all of those accountings. And one of the things that we did find out starting in August of 2020 was that the financials for Leadership Roswell were not being communicated to either the executive director, Rick Kraft, or to Margaret. And prior to Margaret, the lady that was there before her, that none of that information was being communicated. But when I took over and I had control to be able to make those changes, we made them, I would say, in less than a week. I want to say that's something I did day 2.
Okay. I'm sure a lot moved around as soon as you took control. I still have a hard time figuring out why it took so long for the audit, especially if there wasn't any checks and balances anywhere, why it took, what did it take, 3 months, Joe? 4, 5? Something like that? Okay, another question for Joe. I was informed that the company that we used, it's a state company, it's on their list, am I correct? And they did not do any business with the city of Roswell before or with the chamber before.
Mayor, City Councilor, yes, that is correct. The actual audit firm, we wanted a completely independent audit firm that was doing no work with us, no work with the county. They had not worked with the chamber in the past as well too. It was actually one of the 2 that we had selected as potential ones as well too, and so that's how we ended up coming up with the term of who the auditor would be.
Okay, I understand moving on, I get it. A lot of the employees previously, and this is not my business because I'm not the owner of the business. If it was my business, it would have really gone different. They deserve an explanation on what went down. They haven't got it. That's not fair to them, for them to go on in their life. Moving forward, as you said, I believe if you're ever going to come back to the city and ask for money, I believe we need to know your checks and balances. We need to know who your bookkeeper is. We need an audit every year, not every 3 years. You've hurt a lot of citizens. The Chamber of Commerce, maybe not you, but being a board of director for 2 years prior, part of you, has really hurt the city and the people that have paid taxes, the county that has paid taxes, and that money trickles down to you, and the decision that counselors made previous to me. I think I voted no every time the chamber has come to ask for money, because I saw this back. I became a chamber member probably 15 years ago, and I saw that it did not help my business personally, and my business is just like everybody else's business in Roswell. So I hope you do move forward. I will vote no if you come unless I have reasonable understanding of what you're doing and how you're doing it and how you're helping the people. I don't think a business after hours is helping, but I could do that at the bar. So anyway, I think I'm done for now.
All right, thank you. I have Councilor Foster and then Councilor Oropesa. Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Moore. First question is for Joe. My dad being a CPA, the one thing he hated was audits and wouldn't do audits because you go in as an enemy. But my understanding, an audit has to find findings. There has to be bylaws. There are procedures that are already written for the organization. Correct?
Yeah, that would be a big part of it, is that they would follow the bylaws or the rules that are established in order to determine how they were handling their finances.
Okay, and if there were no such procedures or rules or bylaws, it'd be really hard for a auditor to come in and find something that broke those laws, right, or bylaws.
That would be correct. It's very challenging if there's no guidelines to even govern the staff or the board.
So the auditors finding nothing wrong doesn't mean there wasn't anything wrong, but we just didn't have rules in place that were broken.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Moore, do we have rules in place now?
We do, and in fact, there were bylaws, and there was an employee handbook, and of course, day one of the audit, that was requested by the auditors, and we supplied that to them.
Okay. and have some of the questionable things that happen that have been brought up, not so much here tonight, but in the past, have some of those things, have the bylaws changed or procedures changed so those things won't happen again?
We are in the process of rewriting and retooling our bylaws with the audit and trying to make sure we had enough funding in the bank to be able to make things like payroll. The bylaws are not complete, but as of our last board meeting, we are still working on those. They are a work in progress. We were hoping to have them done, obviously, in a much more timely manner, and that has not happened, but we do have bylaws that are being worked on. We do have an employee handbook that is also being retooled, but that has been in place. And then as far as other practices, policies, procedures, we are absolutely changing everything. And one thing I have learned a lot through a 3-year audit, because I've never done a nonprofit audit before. I have sat through other types of audits in my life, but this was completely different, and I have learned a lot. And with the auditor's help, they have helped us be able to put into place certain things. You know, something as simple as how do you file something? I would have thought that some of that stuff was easy peasy, and apparently it was not. And so those are things that we have taken into place. For example, we are going as paperless as possible. So everything that comes through the office is being scanned in, and we're trying to keep as little paper in-house as possible for a variety of reasons. So going forward, in the next audit, hopefully my next audit, it'll be maybe a week, but when we had 2 different accounting firms that we had to deal with in the process, because if you notice through the 3 years, 18, 19, and 20, there were 2 different accounting firms that were doing the accounting for the Chamber of Commerce. All of fiscal year 18 and all of fiscal year 20 were done by 2 separate entities. During fiscal year 19, there was a change in the middle of the calendar year, which was halfway through the fiscal year, and made it difficult to find things, because obviously in 2018, we no longer are using that same accountant. So all of those records were put in their archives. So there was a lag time, for example, requesting certain information versus being able to go to our current accountant and say, hey, I need these 5 items, and we were able to get those in a much more timely manner.
Good. And I just want to say that it's difficult stepping onto a board. I've stepped onto several boards, and true, you know, you need to look before you leap, but a lot of times I've stepped on boards to find out that I was there in time to shut it down. And that happens. But I appreciate you coming forward. I appreciate working with the auditors and setting stuff in place so that in years coming forward that we'll have assurances that things that happened in the past don't happen. And I am very comfortable believing that. So thank you very much, and I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilor Payson and Councilor Best again. Councilor Payson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, or Mr. Mayor. And I also want to thank you for showing up tonight. You know, I really want to applaud you for taking on the job that you have and being able to turn it around. You know, I am one of the ones that voted against you or against the chamber because I didn't believe that the city should pay for the audit. And from that perspective, I think the city council in particular should also own the fact that the citizens were hurt, were damaged, because we, or the majority of the council, are the ones that voted for the audit to happen. And so, you know, and I haven't seen the audit. You know, I really don't care to see it because I wouldn't understand it to begin with anyway. So, but it is time to move on. I think you said it best, it is what it is, and it's time to move forward. And, we can lay the blame on everybody on the board, we can lay it on you, we can lay it on the previous executive director, but that's not gonna help. It's time to go on. And hopefully, and I have confidence with what you have already said, that you are willing to turn it around and go forward and hopefully, make it a better chamber than what it was. And I thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I have Counselor Best and Counselor Roebuck. Counselor Best, you have the floor.
So, with what Counselor Orpace has said, that you plan on being transparent and everything, so I could walk in and ask you anything and you'd be forthcoming?
Absolutely. I've had many of our city councilors since August, and particularly since January of this year when we started the audit process, and Mayor Kentai has come into the office on multiple occasions and had asked.
Mayor Kentai is what do they call it, ex officio
No,
or whatever?
he is no longer an ex officio on the board.
Isn't there supposed to be somebody from the city, or just when we give you money?
According to our bylaws, we are not required to have anybody be as our ex officios.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, Mayor, City Council, we had a membership on there as we were a supporter of the chamber. When that relationship separated, then that position went away with that separation.
But my door has been open since August of 2020 to absolutely anybody in the community, irregardless of who they are.
But yet, when we got the audit, you didn't come and just hand it to us. It had to go through channels to get to us.
I was told the channels in which to provide it.
All right. Who's your accountant now?
We use Ritter.
Okay. Who else shares I know the building is yours, the parking lot is the city's. Am I right?
From the documentation I have been able to see in the office, and I do have a board member here that can help with some of this history, it is to my understanding that the west parking lot is technically the city's, but we were supposed to be renting it in lieu of some kind of tax thing that was taken care of back in, do you remember what year? I want to say when Greg Nybert was president, or James Matucci was president.
So we
The
probably need
agreement-
to follow up on that, figure out what's going on. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Does the dairy producer still hang out in the west side of the building?
No, they do not.
Okay, is somebody, whoever is in there, paying you rent to help you with your payments, or to help you?
We do have a renter in the largest office in the backside
Okay.
of the building, yes, ma'am.
So, from what I understand, you do know that this money you got from the federal COVID relief has to be paid back, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you already know that?
Yes.
So when they made this statement saying that you will be viable by '23, you already knew that whatever money you got from COVID has to be paid back to the federal government?
If it's a loan, it has to be paid back. If it's a grant, it does not. Absolutely.
Well, some grants need to be paid back, but okay, if yours don't, they don't. Okay. I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I have Counselor Roebuck, and that exhausts my list. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for Joe. I'm going to assume that, I'm asking that, so I don't want to assume. Has staff reviewed the audit, and are you happy with the city needs to take no further action?
Yeah, Mayor, Counselor, yes, I'm comfortable that there's no further action that will answer anything else. The audit has been completed. I think Ms. Moore has covered very well the challenges we had with doing this audit and everything. So
I guess maybe ask a little clearer.
In my estimation, the request from the City Council was to make sure that the audit got done. Chamber agreed to do the audit. The
Sure.
audit is complete.
Is staff planning to, if they have not already, are they planning to review the audit to make sure there is no
Yes.
action the city needs to take.
Yes, I will state that all 3 of the years have been completed with a review from us.
Okay.
A lot of what Ms. Moore has reported on
Sure.
tonight comes from our conversation about what the audit showed.
Okay, so you're comfortable with no further action being taken? Staff
Yes,
is?
sir. That
That's,
is
I think
correct.
that's what I wanted to make sure that,
That is correct.
that we got it. So there isn't really any further action to take at this point. I think I'm glad that we're moving forward on all this. One thing that I think is interesting is that the chamber seems to be thriving a lot better without city money than with city money. And I think just as a rule of thumb, for any entity, if they are accountable to the places where they're getting money, especially, and their members especially, then they're going to be doing be compelled to do an even better job, as opposed to getting tax money through various ways. So hopefully, if we do work with them in the future, we'll craft very specific services that we need to be hiring them for, and not sort of any kind of blanket kind of thing. I think that will work best. But I'm glad that they're moving forward. I have visited the chamber a couple times since all this has happened, and I do appreciate that their desire to move forward, and to provide benefit to our community. I yield.
I have Counselor Moore. Counselor, you have the floor.
I just wanted to say also that we know a lot is going on, and I feel like there's a little animosity. So I just had a question to Mr. Meb, is that, do you feel comfortable enough that there may be, with what's going on, that there be a chance for restoring the relationship, or as the city has decided there's no chance of a relationship? It is called the Roswell Chamber of Commerce, so I feel like there should be, it has the name, that there should be some type of relationship. I understand what Councilor Roebuck was saying about how we go about it, but I was just kind of concerned, that what the break, I was like a breakup, like we was married or something, but like the breakup, the rift or whatever was caused by somebody that's no longer there. So, and I did have a question to you too, Ms. Moore, is that you said things have been changed, but you said you have evidence, what they say, you have receipts, as they say, of the, you said you changed the bylaws, you made this progress, and so those things will be evident. It's not going to have to be, somebody said they were sneaking around or whatever. It's evident, the changes that you mentioned are evident, and, some people that have problems will not have to be digging for it and things
Yes,
like
ma'am.
that, correct?
Yes, ma'am, we
Okay.
have made huge changes as far as things like that there is no longer going to be a hunt and search game going forward on anything.
Okay, thank you. What did your answer, Mr. Knapp,
Yeah,
about the
Mayor,
relationship?
Counselor, we have actually had conversations. Let me answer the question by just a little bit different. A strong business community in your city is very, very important. The purpose of the chamber is to help speak with one voice of all the businesses that become a portion of that. We rely upon the chamber to help strengthen those voices. We rely upon the EDC. So whether it's be the Roswell Chamber, whether it be the Hispano Chamber, no matter what our relationship, if the business community is strong, we have the economics that move our community forward. We have already discussed the potential of working on projects together, or whatever this relationship will look like. I'll guarantee you that both sides will make sure that our T's are crossed, our I's are dotted, and that we have everything covered. I think Councilor Best said it as well too. We need to make sure that those assurances are in place. And I would say that for both sides of the agreement, they have to be in place for that. And so I have no problem. I have the confidence in our business people that are actually operating the chamber and everything. I think this was a series of unfortunate incidents that brought us to this. I'm glad we were able to help, at least draw a little light to it. And I truly believe that the Roswell Chamber is coming out of it very well in order to remain that important part of the business community that we need. So I have no qualms about working with them.
Okay, thank you. That's all. I yield.
I have no one else on my list. Counselors, at this point, I'm going to move on to item number 4. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Nebb, did you want to start with item 4, or do you want to give a little introduction for that?
Sir? Mr. Mayor, City Council, this was a request that happened a couple months ago. We tried to get this presentation together for last month, and we had a little bit of a glitch putting it together. I will say that this month, there is so much information we want to provide on what is happening with the Clean and Safe programs, the property management, whether it's lease to own as well too. So we have broken this presentation up into two pieces. Tonight you're going to hear on the Clean and Safe program. I'll introduce Toby Franco, our code enforcement supervisor, and Todd Versiglio will cover on the property side. You're going to see when we talk about with Mr. Versiglio and everything, you're going to see that movement from what happens when we condemn a building all the way up through to what happens when we reach the other end of this thing. And so for tonight, I think you're going to really enjoy some of the information that we've put together, the numbers, all the stats that go with this. So I'm going to turn it over. I believe, Mr. Franco, you're going to take the lead on this thing? Sure. All right. Mayor, City Council, and any questions you have, I'm sure Mr. Franco can answer them.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. Tonight, we're going to be talking about the Roswell property overview. Our topics are going to be citywide Clean and Safe program, the program cost and revenue returned, progress and results from the Clean and Safe program, community benefits from the Clean and Safe program, properties in the city portfolio, building and development opportunities, and positive economic impacts of property development. The Clean and Safe program was started back in May 1st of 2014. The program offered local property owners free disposal, other than a $5 permit fee, of materials from the demolition and removal of condemned and dilapidated structures in the city. The initiative was designed to make it financially easier for people to remove houses, commercial buildings, storage sheds, and other structures that have become eyesores and pose safety hazards. Removing these types of structures positively impacts the community by making it cleaner, nicer looking, and safer. In 2014, we had 37 private citizens remove structures. The structures could be a no shed, a carport, a no patio of that sort. The city removed 30 structures with the cost of $200,983.07. 2015, private citizens removed 19 structures. City removed 33 structures. The total cost for 2015 was $241,674.75. In 2016, private citizens removed 41 structures. City removed 18. So that comes out to a bill of $252,452.63 paid by the city. 2017, we had 16 structures removed by private citizens, 11 by the city, and we started taking count of dead and dangerous trees that were fallen and that were dangerous to the public. 2018, the private citizens removed 25 structures, City removed 23. We removed 50 dead and dangerous trees. And in 2018, that includes the demo of the old Yucca Center, which was a cost of $91,043.66. So that increased our spending that year to $390,357.09. 2019, we had 25 structures removed by private citizens, 23 by the city, 45 dead and dangerous trees. That year, we removed the Cahoon Park facility, what came out to $118,677. That year also, we worked on the town plaza. The first phase was to secure it and board it up. The next phase was to house displaced tenants. A lot of tenants there were given the choice of staying in a hotel for a couple of days, and the city paid for it till they could get back on their feet. And we did an asbestos report on there for $8,360.00. So that include, just the Town Plaza project itself cost us $34,000, $989.00. In 2020 and 2021, we did not have a clean and safe program because of COVID. But we did remove, city did remove 14 structures, and we removed 45 trees. In 2021, to date, we have removed 13 structures and the removal of 26 trees. But in 2021, we also removed the 1114 East Bland area. That was in two phases. The first phase was to take out the trailer park that was in the back. That one came out to $49,495.98. Then the second phase was the building removal, all the buildings in the front of the area. That came out to $34,331.22, with a grand total of $83,911.70, which is a big amount. So for 2021, we ended up spending $400,745.15 to date. So total program costs from 2014 to present comes out to $2,437,649.67. We have a cost recovery from 2014 to present of $129,378.10. That's money we have gotten back from liens and just from liens actually. And this is a before and after. This is actually 208 West 7th. That was the picture that we took before we knocked it down, and that's the current condition right now. This one is a 1007 East Pole. That's, like I said, this is the past. That's the picture we took before we knocked it down. That's the current condition. This picture is a picture that property owner himself took advantage of the building safe program. He knocked down that building in the front. He actually knocked down two properties. It's on the corner of Reed and South Garden. The front, that one picture used to be an old garage. And on Reed's side, there was a little house. The property owner knocked them down with the program, and he built two complete duplexes on the property.
Toby, before you go back to that slide real quick. Mayor, City Council, this is the intent of the Clean and Safe project and the program. We want to see our properties become back as an asset to the community. And in this case, on this project here, this is one where by having the Clean and Safe program, we had the property owner step up and say, I want to do something. And you can see the before and after exactly what we have, from what it was before to what it can be. This is the intent. This is what we were trying to do with all of our properties. And so thank you, Toby.
Thank you.
Continue.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for having me tonight. So I'm going to talk some now about our properties in the city portfolio. What exactly do we have when it all shakes out? So we have 356 lots that the city owns. 15 of those lots are leased. Those are leased that are outside the Roswell Air Center. Scott Stark does a great job of taking care of all of those. I've got 15 currently. 66 of the lots are part of the Air Center, leaving 135 lots that house city buildings, including the library, fire station, judicial court, water department, wastewater treatment, landfill, streets department, museum, zoo, visitor center, convention center, aquatic and recreation center, the city parking lots, cemetery land, and all other public parks. So what does that leave us with? That leaves us with 91 available lots for immediate development. 49 of those are considered to be undevelopable. And the way that we figured this out to identify and determine what is considered a buildable lot is by the average square foot home that's being built in Roswell. Each of the developable lots may still require a separate due diligence study that's going to provide additional information to the developer and enhance the property. So what does that mean? That means we have opportunity, and I've been very busy mapping this out. So what we're going to have is we're going to have a Google map that shows each one of our 91 properties, how big the property is, what's available. People can drill down in and see what's next to it, what it's around. So if there are other vacant lots that the city doesn't own and you've got a developer that wants to do something a little bit bigger in that area, they can talk to a private owner and get their hands maybe on a parcel or two that are close by. But this will be available for anybody who wants to see the city inventory, what we have that's available. So then I ran some very conservative numbers on those 91 lots. So what I did was we figured out the average size square foot house that's being built in Roswell, and it's about 1,400 square feet is the medium square footage of a house in Roswell. The current building rate right now is $117 a square foot. So that's going to generate, if we sold all of those properties and one house got put on each of those, we're looking at $14,980,329 generated from a single house being put back on that property at today's current rate. But let's not forget that we have a $245 average water hookup, which will generate another $22,000, another $4,500 for the average sewer tie-in, which is $410,000, which brings that total up to $432,432. Then we have $723 that is the annual property tax on a house that size. So annually, another $65,793. Continuing on, the total acreage is 2,013 acres. The average cost of land is about $7,052 per acre. So the revenue from selling said land would be $14,195,676. Building and miscellaneous permit costs are about $2,000. Revenue from other permits, $193,284. Total GRT generated, $2,319,277.34, which would be a total economic impact just based on very conservative numbers. And again, one single house of that size being built, $32,120,998.34. So in the Clean and Safe program, we've spent about $2 million in knocking everything down and cleaning it up, making it safer. This model here shows that if we complete the circle, as Joe said, we're going to pay for Clean and Safe all the way around, and then some. And the economic impact on this goes well beyond just what's happening to the lots that the city puts back out. You're talking about revitalization potential of entire neighborhoods. People see new houses going up. They want that keeping up with the Joneses. All of a sudden, I don't want my house to be the ugliest house on the street. People start painting, re-roofing, planting grass, spending money. So the economic impact is substantial. So with that, thank you very much.
I have Counselor Foster, Perry, and Oropesa. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. And my questions go back to Mr. Franco. Basically, the costs, are they the dumping fees included in the costs? Or?
Yes, sir.
That's the way
Everything's included in there.
Okay. The other thing, the only thing I could see that we could improve on this would, if we knew cubic yards on how much it shortened our our cell life, because I know eventually, I mean, that's the true cost to us, is having to replace our cells out there. But other than that, I thank you for the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, I have Counselor Perry and Counselor Orpesa. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess this is more of a question, I guess, for our manager, but when I was previously on the council representing Ward 4 is when this started, when you started your, as mayor, there was a big push that you had. I know several developers, when this started out, went to purchase property, and then they realized because of the cost that the city had put into it, it was going to cost them more to be able to purchase this property and pay the liens and all those things. It just was not cost effective. I know in that time that I was off the council, there was some look into what we could do to maybe fix some of that to make these palatable and encourage development upon these. So, and I apologize that I'm not really, I think that COVID year, we weren't really looking at this as much as other things, but now that we're talking about this tonight, I'd like to hear a little bit about how we are looking to possibly resolve some of those issues to allow for more of this to be developed.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, thank you for that question. So this will be the next leg of what we have, and of course we've identified 91 lots, and I will tell you that the value of the lien that was placed on those properties are not worth the value of what we've acquired them for. What we are after is that final product, and a good assessed value, just like this picture right here. The value of this is, you can't put a dollar on it entirely. And so the whole thing is that we wanted to get our whole portfolio set first. And we have a very good picture of our inventory, our portfolio. We are calling our liens within a year of implementing the lien. So when we tear a place down, we're asking for the funding back from whoever owns that property, or let us have the property so we can get it into somebody's hands that it can do this. It does not make sense on the front side, but the nice thing about the city is perpetual. The city can take their money back over a longer period of time. It's not like taking out a loan for a home or anything else. We can take it a little bit better. So where we're at with the portfolio is now we are set to say, bring us your project, tell us what you want to do with the property, and then we can determine a program that will work for you. So if we get a affordable housing project like this, where it's a duplex or anything like that, we'll be more lenient with the cost of the property on the other side. If they want to take one of these open lots, just like this here, and just turn it into a backyard, the value is a lot different. You know, it's nice that somebody's taking care of the property now, but the value back to the city is not the same as putting a home on that property and a place for a family to live. So the whole intent now is to get this to the point where we can develop out essentially a negotiation with the person that's wanting to do the project. And I will say that part of this is that we are also considering doing some of the improvements ourselves. So some of these lots that may not be big enough for a very well done stick-built home, we may look at placing a modular on there and making it an improved property, and then trying to help assist our public safety people or our nurses or our teachers, and trying to put that in there. Because I'll tell you, getting rid of the crap in the neighborhoods, it's a technical term, by the way, and putting up something that actually has a value again it's immeasurable for that. But that's the intent, is that we will put we will provide that offset for that property, because we want to recover our costs for the taxpayer's sake, but it does not have to be covered on the front side of this thing. It can come out of a development like this and paying taxes over a period of time, because it's taxes we would not have had otherwise. And so that's the process we're using in order to put it out there. Hopefully it's a little longer answer, but.
No, that's an answer I think that was very adequate, and that our council and citizens needed to hear. And you also hit on my second point is that we don't have to sell all of these properties. Not that I believe the city needs to own any more land, I promise you that. But I've been an advocate, and I appreciate your patience with me as I have requested several times, and I appreciate the fact that you're visionary and you're looking forward to this, that there is a need. We do have a shortage for health care providers. We do have a shortage of nurses. We do have a shortage of specialists within the medical care, teachers, police department. I know in where I am from, our city, we took a certain section of town, the St. Elmo section of town, and did something very unique to bring in police officers and a rather unsafe area of town, and did something to get our police officers in the homes there. Now it is one of the premier places of town because they utilized land that the city took or owned. I shouldn't say took, they owned because of situations like this. So I appreciate us looking into that, because I think that that is very viable, and that this is something that this council needs to consider, that if the ownership is not just on these hospitals and stuff, they've got to have a place to put these providers. And I think that's an area where the city can come in and partner, and as other cities do, such as Artesia, to make stuff like this possible. So thank you very much. Great presentation. I look forward to seeing where we go from here. I yield.
I have Councilor Orpesa and Councilor Roebuck. Councilor Orpesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, the numbers are encouraging. The numbers that were showing up, $32 million at the end of if we are to realize that amount of money. But out of the properties that you have indicated, how many liens have we actually filed, and how many have we been able to settle?
This slide actually shows some of that, right? Mr. Parker, I think you might be able to help.
Yeah, so, okay, the numbers here, this is going to show you the gross amount that we collected each of those years in dollar figures. I don't think we have right now an accounting of, you know, each lien and how many liens are out there, how much they're for, how much we've collected, and how much we haven't. We would have to generate that. We'd have to go back a ways and look at all of that. What this will tell you is how much we've spent overall and how much we have collected overall during this time period. You know, we had, back when I first came on with the city, started up a program to start working on collecting a lot of these liens. And we, just when the program kind of started to kick off, COVID hit and it kind of shut down. With 2 attorneys back in the office, I've had the deputy city attorney kicking that back into action, reaching out to people. I'll tell you that trying to track down the property owners in many of these cases is very difficult. You know, a lot of times they're in the names of people who are deceased, missing, and when you cannot find the person or you cannot work with them, then you have to go to a lawsuit and go through a very complicated process. And so the mechanism by which we can actually collect these liens, it can be fairly time consuming. So that's kind of the challenge we have on that side with regard to collecting the liens. They're very time intensive.
So how many actual liens have we collected?
I don't know that number off the top of my head, that because we do have liens that are collected through our collection process. Then we have people that come in and voluntarily pay them. So we would have to go and check those numbers. I don't think there's one department that has all those numbers in one place. We'd have to research that.
Counselor, we can get that number
Yeah.
together.
Okay.
I will say that we've also, along with collecting the liens, we've also entered into payment plans
Oh, yeah.
with people as well too. So if they want to keep the parcel and they want to take care of the property, all we ask for is just some type of a payment plan to reimburse us back over time, over a period of window. And so, but we can get you the actual number of how many we have.
And those reimbursements are included in the 129,000?
I would say yes.
Yeah.
I believe that is,
Right.
those reimbursements, all the liens, any of the money that's collected back from us doing the work of the Clean and Safe program are shown in that number.
I guess my question is, how many of these properties has the city actually taken control of as an owner of the properties because of the liens?
Since I have been here, we have probably, and we do it through a couple of different ways. One way we'll do it is that if somebody comes forward and says, I don't want this property anymore, a lot of times we can come up with an arrangement where they will simply give the property to the city in exchange for releasing the lien and forgiving the debt, and that's your consideration there. Another way, though, is the process that we talked about a minute ago, which is to file a lawsuit. And that, again, takes a long time, and potentially you can get into, litigation can grow out of proportion to what you originally started. But probably, I would say, in the range of 5 to 10 have actually come into our hands through one or another process like that so far.
And how many of those that have actually come in possession of the city, how many of those have actually been sold?
None to
the
my
public?
knowledge.
Yeah, Counselor, none have been sold yet because we had no, and this is what we've worked on for the last couple of years with the hiring of Mr. Versiglio. We had to create the inventory. We had to know exactly what we were acquiring. So none of these properties have been sold. Of course, we do like the model of somebody else taking care of their property, fixing it up and everything, but this is how we had to end up finding out exactly how many properties we had.
You know, I was never a proponent of the cleaning of this program. And one of the reasons is, prior to you coming here, I know that it started in 2014, and I went to the previous manager at the landfill, and I had a discussion with him, and he told me that the landfill was out $1.4 million or somewhere in that neighborhood because of all the fees that were waived by the contractors, not the people.
Certainly.
By contractors that were doing the job. And so, you know, I don't believe that if indeed we're losing that kind of money or anywhere close to it, I don't think it's worth the while to try and continue to keep this program.
Certainly. Mayor, Councilor, one of the things that has changed since 2017 forward was the implementation of the environmental tax. And we implemented that. It is out at it actually sits in the on the landfill solid waste side. Those are the dollars that we are utilizing to handle the Clean and Safe program. Because I agree with you. And you guys have all heard me say this, there's no such thing as a waiver. There's just a change of who's paying for it. And so the intent is that we set up the environmental tax. It is paying all of the costs. Part of the lien is the deposit, especially when it's our contractor that's taking down a building. That cost gets assessed to the property for the lien. We try to collect 100% of the cost associated with that property. We place it on there. A couple of the properties, we actually had to go back in and replace the sidewalks that were torn up when we tore down the house because the sidewalks were in really bad shape. So as a part of that, we put the public infrastructure back. We utilize the environmental tax to keep our departments whole. So the only big impact, I guess, to us is the amount of tonnage that goes into the landfill, and if we can sustain that as well too. But we are keeping the solid waste department whole by contributing these dollars back to pay for the dumping that happens on that. Now, if somebody was to take care of the project program on their own, we're still paying that out of the environmental tax, and then we're paying back to the solid waste. I guess, you know, and I appreciate where you're coming from on the program and everything, but as we have seen, nothing good ever happens in a dilapidated structure. Other than maybe our fire department gets some practice for when these things burn down, right? No, but nothing good happens with those, and we can change neighborhoods by getting, again, the technical word, getting the crap out of the neighborhoods. We can change a neighborhood because there are some really good people that live on either side of a structure like this that just ask for the help. And so I appreciate what you're saying because it is a hard project, but we either live with it or we try to do something to fix it.
And I guess my last question is, what kind of timeline are you looking at? How long is it going to take to try and develop these 91 lots? Or
it really depends on the activity. We get interest on a weekly basis from different people that have vision or ideas to do that. Putting the 91 lots back out there because we have not sold one yet today, but we really didn't even know what we had 3 years ago. And so as we move forward, That's where we're at. The 49 lots that are listed on there as undevelopable, those are little remnants along different parcels that can't be used for anything either. I don't know if I can set a date that says these 91 lots will be out there. I think it's a fluid process. I think it will continue to alter. We'll be bringing properties in. We'll be putting properties out. If we utilize the structure of putting our own improvements on the property, that'll change the dynamics as well too, because all we're trying to do is eliminate a lot of the risk and a lot of the cost, the upfront costs, in order to get something back that is in better shape. So I'm going to tell you that I can't give you a timeline on this. You know, the thing is that we had to start somewhere, and we had to move it forward. And I think we have a good program, a good plan. So.
And I said that was my last question, but it wasn't.
I knew I could talk you out of it.
I guess my last question is, are we selling these lots at market value, or are we negotiating, or what is the process? Will we sell it under market value, or?
Yes, we would. The whole idea, and this is what we talked about with Councilor Perry as well too, just a little bit ago as well too. We don't believe that some of these lots, we'll ever get our money back for what the value of it. I can remember a church over on the east side, a church building. It burned twice. We ended up having to treat all of the material as contaminated with asbestos. It brought the price of cleaning that up very high. And we don't believe that the value of the property is going to ever get our money back in a good financial time frame. However, over a period of time, we will get our money back if we can get that property usable again. Yeah, I don't know how long it'll take. I don't know exactly. We will market. Again, it's a negotiation. If somebody comes in, and again, if somebody's going to come in and say, I want to build a duplex on that 1 acre lot, we'll be a lot more appreciative of it, and we'll help negotiate out a lower price, because the assessed value of that will be paid back in a lot faster time frame. If somebody turns this into just a side yard, a backyard, or whatever, the value of that as being unimproved land will come back a lot slower. So we would negotiate a price closer to a market value. We don't want to own the property. We want it in somebody's hands where we're getting something back for it. And if somebody's willing to take care of it, then we're good with it. But it'll be based upon what that project is that they can bring in. If they bring in something that they state that they can, we can lock them down to an affordable housing where their rent will be X, we would provide the land at a lot lower rate than somebody that wants market rate housing on it as well too, or just wants to flip the property. The value comes a little bit differently. So it's part science and part art, and I think your question relates more to the art side of this thing, going, okay, the art of the deal, the negotiation that goes with it. What do you want to put on it? How do you want to put it on there? And let's figure out exactly a way to make this property good for the neighborhood again.
And the reason that I asked that question is because, you know, we talk so much about the anti-donation law. And if the city indeed owns a property, say that it may be worth $2,500 or $5,000 or whatever, and we let it go for $1,000, technically you're giving that person $4,000 worth of property.
Yes and no. I will say that everything that's associated with the Clean and Safe program is an investment within the system. There is also the ability within the state statute of economic benefit. And what I say is that the value of having a duplex on an open property has a value back to the neighborhood. So it can be looked at, it can be adjusted a little bit. Yes, we have to protect the taxpayers' funding for that, but it is also, this changes the neighborhood. And sometimes there's the value that you can't put on it, but we have to try, I guess, with that value. But there, we're not talking about giving something away for free. We're talking about a negotiated deal, and we negotiate leases, we negotiate all these other terms that are in there. What is the value back to the city? And that's where we start our negotiation on that side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have Council Roebuck, and I exhaust my list. Council Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was a good report, thank you. I really appreciate that, the details, the history. You know, I was not around when this came into being, but I certainly see its extreme benefit. And I know that cost recovery is important, but if we didn't recover another penny, cleaning up those neighborhoods, getting these dilapidated buildings down, what it does for our city, what it does for our community, you know, the pride that we can take is you can't put a price tag on that. You know, people live in these neighborhoods, and I don't know if any of you have ever lived next to a dilapidated building, but it stresses your soul every single day. And again, I appreciate the focus on cost recovery, but at the end of the day, I can't say that I know that there's any other particular money that we spent that is more better than more better is probably not the right word, but that is better used than this money. This money, not only does it create an immediate relief for these neighborhoods that deal with these dilapidated structures, bringing down their not just bringing down their property value, but bringing down their commutes, bringing down everybody's got to drive past that old ugly building that causes problems. So I am thrilled with the amount of the structures that have come down. I know that the people I've talked to in the neighborhoods where these have happened have been very happy to see these come down. This is probably one of the most important things that we've been doing as a city. We can't turn around the city unless we start taking action. We start taking things down and out that are hurting us, so we can replace them with new good things. I do want to encourage you as much as possible to be very creative in getting these properties back out there. I know that you guys have a lot of good ideas. I hate the glacial speed that the city moves at, and anything we can do as a council to help speed that up, I sure would be in favor of that. You know, I do want to, we go back to, as this has been a learning process for us. I believe when we first got these properties, we did try initially to go out to have an outside real estate agent try to get these properties out. We tried that. It didn't work, so we had to kind of go back to square one and say, okay, now how are we going to get that? So it's been the process for the city to learn, how do we even do this? How do we get these properties back out there? I do hope that we are able to create, you know, to look at these and say, okay, how are ways that we can lower the entry cost and spread that out, whether it's through the sewer hookups, all those kind of things. Any way we can lower those prices and get people building homes on these lots, man, that's what we want to get for. And whatever we can do on the council, I want to be sure that we're doing it. So I want to encourage you guys to move as fast as you possibly can. And if there's anything that the council can do to speed up any of this process or go after any of these ideas, let's bring these ideas. Let's hear them. Let's get them going on. But well done. What a super important program for our community. It's been over the past since 2014 when it started. You know, direct, immediate benefits of dollars spent on those neighborhoods. That can't be more happy about that. The money that we spend, we get to see an immediate benefit, and then potentially long-term benefits as well. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Let's phase one. We figured out how to tear them down. Now let's figure out how to build them. I yield.
Well, that exhausts my list, but I can't let this go without my 2 cents worth, because I take ownership of this. When I ran in 2014, I came from a law enforcement background, and Mr. Nebb, you, in a lighthearted way, said some fundamental truth. Nothing good happens in these dilapidated structures. And the emotional drain on a neighborhood has no dollar amount. It is incredible. I have been approached by individuals personally that they have thanked me for what you and your team has done. And I look particularly at Mr. Matthews, because he was in on this from the very beginning.
Yes, he was.
And took a huge role back in those early days in 2014 when we we really went out on a limb and started saying, we're going to make this a budget item, and we're going to expend a certain amount of money, and we're going to do what we need to try and clean these places up. And we had businesses we had a building on Main Street that had not had a roof for probably 3 decades and was a derelict, nasty structure. Now, after I talked to the owner, he tore it down at his own expense. And we did not charge him to dump the debris. But the intention was always this: why should we impede or punish that which we need to have done to make this a better community? We don't want to put roadblocks in front of progress, and I think Councilor Roebuck will appreciate that. So this was a long project, and we are taking it to another phase, and I appreciate very much where you're going with this, Mr. Nebb, but this is near and dear to my heart, because we are chipping away at the nasty parts that pull this town down. Moving on, I will make note, we only have 30 more items to go, so my estimation is we will be done on Tuesday. Next up is item number 5.
Excuse me,
Councilor
Mr. Mayor. I apologize for the interruption. You had someone sign up to speak?
Oh, that's right. I apologize. Thank you for reminding. Mr. Conley, I apologize. I almost forgot you. Okay.
Larry Conley, 2815 in Kento. I have a lot of things here. Each of you have one of these?
Yep.
People in the audience, if you want one, we'll distribute them. This is the orange tower. That's the old Roswell. The new tower, beautiful new tower, that's the new Roswell. Now, the new tower, we built 2 new towers and we had to paint them. Well, total bill was $190,000. About $10,000 for each, so a total of $20,000 was for the logo. That's the best $20,000 the city has spent in a long time. Now, if you want to keep this, get it framed, put it in your office. If you have somebody in your district that would like one of those, I'll arrange to get it. They only cost $1. Now, in my hand, I have a July 11th, 79. That's when the ETZ came up. There was very interesting things. The original ETZ, city put in 24,000. The county put in 24,000. And it says here, the Roswell City Attorney shall be primarily responsible for any legal action brought to enforce the extra zoning ordinances. So, cooperation. Today, there is no cooperation between the city and the county, in my opinion. I would like to see that change. Exit area line, and the first line, the purpose, the last line in the section 1.3, the control and abatement of unsightly use of buildings or land. There are a lot of unsightly buildings and land in the ETC. I have one in particular that stands out in my mind. I am getting 25 pictures of that for the county commissioners. Now, I'm going to propose that we set up an ad hoc committee. No politicians on it. We have people somewhere in the audience I would like to see on that committee, that ad hoc committee, just like we have it at the airport. Don't hold 3 minutes on me. But I will find 5 people to be on that committee who all of you will say, good choices. Ex officio Joe Knapp and Bill Williams.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Conley, but the 3 minutes expired, so here's my point to you. Put it in writing, email it to us, and we will work on it.
Okay, but I wanted to say one quick thing. I don't know if you noticed in the paper, these Keep Roswell Beautiful little squibs. I want to thank Sarah Lee for doing that.
Okay?
I went and saw her and she said, no problem. Thank you.
Oops, all right. Okay, I said Tuesday, we're going to be done on Wednesday. Next item up is item number 5, Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the purchase order requisition to Destral Industry in the amount of $744,007.11 for FY 2022 hot recycling pavement maintenance.
I have a motion by Counselor Roebuck and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the purchase order requisition to Destral Incorporated. Mr. Nahar.
Mayor, Council, good evening. Item number 5 is for our ongoing recurring hot recycling. If you look on your packet on page 11, you'll see the list. It's also on your screen. I'm excited to say that this $744,000 will include 8th Street, Richardson Street, portion of Washington Street, Lee Street, and Garden, Virginia. We're using the statewide agreement. This went to infrastructure and it was passed 3-0, and I stand for any questions.
All right. Any questions? Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, according to the information on page 11 of the packet, if you read across on the first 2 entries, West 8th Street from Union to Sycamore, and it has 1.33 miles on each entry, but the square yards are very different.
It's the same section, but we have a narrower stretch and a wider stretch.
Okay.
And that's why you have two different entries. But I hope that answers your question.
So is it 2 separate projects?
No,
One
it's
with
all
a
the same
wider
project, but when the guys go measure it, they break it up sometimes into the narrower. You've driven some parts of the streets in town. They'll be going down like Lee Street. You'll be going down and it's not so wide, and you get to the downtown area, the historic area, and it gets wider. 8th Street's the same way. Parts of it is narrower with curb and gutter, or wider with curb and gutter, and then it just fluctuates how it was built whenever it was built. But the square yardage is good. We went and measured it. Contractor came and measured it, gave us the quote, and that's what we were basing our request for PO.
Okay. And then there are 2 proposals in the packet. The first one, I guess is the second one on page 12. It says item 003, hot in place recycling for approximately 144,280 square yards. But it doesn't identify what project or what street it's for.
Okay, what the contractor did is the list that we gave on page 11 was generated by the city, and then he went and measured it on his own, and that's where he came up to hot recycling, how many tons of rejuvenating asphalt emulsion will be injected into the process, and that's where he came up with his actual cost. And then what happens when we start doing this, my inspectors will be there, and every day we measure what they've done, and then every day we take readings off the asphalt tank and the asphalt trucks that deliver the emulsion.
And the reason that I question it, because on the second proposal on page 13, it does identify wedge millings for West Second Street, North Richardson Street, and 2 for.
Correct. This year, we're going to actually do some milling ahead of it. You've all driven through town. In some areas, you have the hot mix over the years is higher. So what we're going to do, we're going to go wedge 4 to 6 feet from the edge of the curb. So then when we come back and we recycle, we're going to, I use the word bastardize the typical section and try to expose some of the curb and gutter again. So when it rains, we have more curb and gutter to use. But this year we're using wedge milling where we haven't done in the past. So we went and looked at it, and then I said, give me a price for wedge milling, because I don't want to make it just thicker on top of the curb. In these areas where it's already too thick, I want to mill it out, and then so it's not so high at the curb where people park and where we use it for runoff.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have no one else on my list. At this point, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the purchase order acquisition to Destral as described. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up, item number 6, Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the scope of work for RFP 20-005, on-call engineering and architectural services.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Foster to approve RFP 22-005. Mr. Nahar.
Mr. Mayor, how are you?
Long time no see.
All right, what you have before you on this item is RFP 22-005, on-call engineering and architectural services. What we're asking you to approve is the scope of work. If you approve this, we'll go out in the paper Sunday. And it went to infrastructure, was recommended 3-0, and I stand for any questions.
Okay. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I read the email from Joe concerning the difficulty of hiring engineers. But if I remember correctly, did we not earlier approve an RFP for an on-call engineering pool?
You're absolutely correct, Counselor. We do have RFP, I believe, 21, it might be even 004, which is on-call engineering. What we're doing here, we're going to give another opportunity for more engineering services to be on the pool. I know with my augmentation, I'm disappointed in item 25, what I'm getting back, but that's all that's out there. But the other thing is, some of the other departments, I'm going to use the museum and the library, transit, they need architectural services. So this way, we're going to add architectural services, engineering services, planning services. If fellow Director Kevin needs anything, Kevin Mavers. So we're going to add more to our pool, more tools in our toolbox, so we can use not only for engineering, but the other departments that are out there.
Okay, thank you.
I have no one else on my list. At this time, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves RFP 22-005 scope of work. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. And seeing passes 9-0. Next up, item number 7, Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the award of 2021 pavement mill and fill project ITB 20-001 to Constructors, Inc. of Carlsbad, New Mexico in the amount of $667,264.05, which includes GRT.
I have a motion by Counselor Roebuck and a second by Counselor Foster to approve ITB 22-001, a pavement mill and fill project. Mr. Nahar.
This is one of the projects, Mayor, that was part of the budget that was passed, and I've been challenged to spend as much money as fast as I can. I'm doing as much as I can. Thank you, Councilor Roebuck. I'm excited the prices came in what they did. There's a little competition out there. Constructors is the low bidder. This will be Washington from McGaffey to Alameda, and also Garden from Second to Cherry. It went to infrastructure, and recommended 3-0 to pass. And hopefully, if we can get this passed tonight and get the contracts to them tomorrow, conceivably start working next month.
All right. Any questions or comments, councilors? Seeing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the issuance of ITB 22-001. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 8. Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the award of Mountain View Waterline ITB 22-002 to White Cloud Pipeline, Inc., Roswell, New Mexico, in the amount of $587,901.76, which includes GRT.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Foster to approve the awarding of ITB 22-002, the Mountain View Water Line. Mr. Nahar.
Mr. Mayor and Council, what you have before you are the bids for the Mountain View Water Line. Again, city will fund to have it done. Engineering did in-house design. We bid it out and the RISD will refund us. Maybe anticipating the question that councilors may have, we're giving it to the second low bidder. The first low bidder, that's my job to review bids, see if they're unbalanced and make sure that the contractors are qualified. In this case, they have no experience with large diameter water lines, and certainly we don't want them touching our large diameter water lines because we know their age and how sensitive they are. So that's how I went with the second low bidder. I did talk to the first low bidder, and they graciously said for me to proceed as I'm going now, and I stand for any questions.
Okay. Oh, Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions, just a comment, because Mr. Lewis has, or Nahar has already answered my questions that I had. Thank you.
Very good. All right. I will make a note that we do have 2 representatives from RISD in the audience. We're looking forward to doing this, and if you guys can come up with the money, you got 2 more schools, we'll be happy to run water out there too. So Mr. Sanchez is ready to sell it, right? Yes, sir. All right. At this point, since I have no one else on my list, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves ITB 22-002, the awarding of the Mountain View Water Line. As described, a no or nay rejects the ITB. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0.
Thank you, Council.
All right. Item number 9 was approved when the agenda was approved as a consent item. We are moving on to item number 10. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the recommendation of the Finance Committee in a vote of 3-0, I make a motion that we approve the budgeted expense in the amount of $72,181.24 for the annual maintenance and support for the Central Square software, which will include 24/7 support and software upgrades throughout the year.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Moore to approve the annual support and maintenance for Central Square software. Mr. Bechtel.
Mayor, Council, this is just a yearly deal. We've been doing it since 2012 with Central Square, and what it is just the annual subscription to give the updates, the licensing to use the software. This software does run all of dispatch and all of PD, and part of fire department and part of the sheriff's department. Like I say, it's just a kind of a yearly deal they wanted to bring for you guys this year.
Okay. I have Counselor Best. Counselor?
Well, Mr. Bechtel, I was hoping that Councilor Oropesa would have a question before I do, because he's the one who pulled it. But what if we don't pay this? Since this is a yearly subscription, what happens if we, as a council, decide to vote this down?
This software is a subscription-based pay-to-use, so if we don't pay our bill, they cut us off. So then dispatch, police, fire, and sheriff's department will get that software. So we'll have to come up with some sort of solution.
So if we don't have this software, our public safety system is down.
Correct.
Is it down also for Chaves County?
The sheriff's department does use it as well.
Okay. What
And
about
part of the-
state,
and part
what
of the
about
fire
state
departments.
police?
State police does not use it.
Okay, so they'd be on their own.
Correct.
But it would shut down Chaves County
Correct.
if we voted no on this.
Correct.
Thank you.
I do have Counselor Oropesa. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand the need for the cost and maintenance of the internet services for the different city departments. However, the purchase order includes an amount of $2,000 for the Boys and Girls Club. Is
You're
there a
talking about item
reason
12? or
why
you
they
still
were
on-
included
Are you talking about item 12 or item 10?
on item number 10? That's the one that we're on, right?
We're on Central Square.
On page 26.
Oh, okay.
On page 26 of the purchase order,
Okay, so yeah, so that, I guess, was a mistake on that attachment there, because that's the purchase order for item number 12. Which-
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I guess that was entered in there by mistake, because that's the purchase order that is for item number 12, because we did, even though you hadn't approved it yet, we did have to go ahead and get a PO, because we already owed them 2 months' worth of services. So we did go ahead and get a PO, and that's the purchase order for item number 12.
Well, the purchase order that I'm looking at, 22200523,
Correct. That's the purchase order for item number 12. Item 10 is only at $72,181.24.
I'm not sure I understand what item number 12 is.
Item 12 is the cost for the internet service and the transparent land service for the entire city for,
Okay, Counselor, we're on item 10. Let's stay focused on item 10, okay?
No, it looks like they go together.
Mr. Mayor and
Oh, they put it in the wrong place?
Yes.
Okay, so this was an error. This should have been under the item 12. It does not belong in item 10?
That is correct,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Oropesa. The supporting documentation for item 10 is not the correct one that's in the packet. The supporting documentation that's there is actually for item 12. So the actual supporting documentation for item 10 is not after the abstract.
So we don't have it?
I'm going to look for it. See if
I
it's
guess
in-
I'm confused.
Yeah, we do. There is.
yeah, I submitted a quote for that. We didn't get a PO for that yet because we hadn't had approval. But for the item 12, we did have to go ahead and make some payments, so we did go ahead and get a PO.
Because the abstract that I'm reading on, it says the cost will cover 1 year of support and maintenance. This was budgeted expenses. It will continue to be an ongoing yearly expense for the city to keep 9/11 up and running. So you're telling me that the,
Yeah, I don't see what you're looking at, because I don't have a whole copy of the packet, so.
yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, City Council, I believe that the purchase order for item number 10 is not in the packet. And so as we put the packet together from
Yeah,
the
okay.
committee meetings.
I understand.
As far as I can tell, we're not finding the purchase order, the amount for Central Square. The purchase order for this item number 12 is in there twice. So
Okay, so a little error in the package.
there's an error in the packet, but the slide actually shows the amount that was approved by Finance Committee and Counselor.
Okay. Counselor, you still have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, then I need a clarification, because the reason that I pulled number 10 was to ask that specific question, but if that specific question pertains to number 12, and we've already approved it.
Correct. When we adopted
So,
the
but it's by
agenda-
mistake.
The count.
What do you mean, well, we should have the opportunity to question, or have the opportunity to pull if we have a question on it.
Well, Counselor, this is what I will say. This was discussed in committee, and this could have been addressed in committee.
Well, I understand that, Mr. Mayor.
And it,
But it
the
also-
action has been taken by the
Okay,
council.
okay.
Item 12 has been approved.
Okay, next time I'll just pull the whole consent agenda, that way I won't make any mistakes.
You have the prerogative, Counselor, to do that. I would hope that you would respect the time and the energy of your colleagues on the council and the staff.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I hope that you will respect not by my makings, by the mistake that was made on the.
I understand, but the
Okay,
council
Mr.
has
Mayor,
voted.
I'll let it go.
The council has voted. We are still on item number 10. I have two councilors, Roebuck and Perry, that wish to speak on this. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a procedural question. Maybe it's just bad memory on my part, but I don't remember seeing this before. Is it because, have you made a change of policy about what you're bringing to us? Or is it just because my memory's bad, or this went to a consent agenda and I don't remember it in the past? Has this come to us the last 3 budget years? Or have you decided, has there been a decision made by the city manager to be bringing these items for your clarification? You understand what I'm asking? Sorry, that wasn't very clear.
I believe so, Counselor. We have not generally brought these to the city council. However, we have an internal policy that sets the amount that the city administration can actually approve. So for future reference and everything, we'll bring these to you for a blessing to make sure that we're able to move forward, unless city council chooses to change that internal control.
So this is the first time we've blessed this particular item in my tenure, then?
I would say yes, that
Okay.
is correct.
I just was just making sure I understood that correctly. I would encourage counselors, if they do have questions about anything in the agenda they find ahead of time, to certainly reach out and contact staff. I think it is unfortunate, the situation that we have here where we have a counselor there was a problem with the packet, and certainly that wasn't his fault. But again, I do encourage counselors, as you find questions in the packet, as you go over the packet, please reach out to staff and so you can get ahead of any of these problems. It's a huge packet every time, and there's bound to be mistakes now and then, so I yield.
I have Councilor Perry, and that exhausts my list. Councilor, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I won't go into details. Right. I was just going to say I do have the supporting documentation in my vehicle. If anyone did want to see it this evening, we did cover it in the Finance Committee meeting. I apologize that I did not catch this to say something to staff, but normally things that are on consent that were passed that I've already seen in committee, I don't look in our packet here because I have the supporting documentation already. But I do apologize. I'd be more than glad to, at the end or even during the break, make that information available to anyone who would like that.
All right.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, I do have a copy of the Finance Committee packet that has that supporting documentation for that item. If you all wish to see it, we can definitely try to pull it up, or you can see it in the computer, Councilor Oropesa, if you wish to do so. That's something that Jeff can walk through as to what the item is all about and why we need that item.
All right. I have no one else wishing to speak on this one. At this time, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the annual support and maintenance fee with Central Square Software. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. We'll go to item 11, and after item 11, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess. So item number 11, Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the recommendation of the Finance Committee and a vote of 3-0, I make a motion that we approve the budgeted expenses of $74,923.61 for our annual subscription to do resolution software, which is used by facility maintenance, wastewater, central control, water maintenance, airport, and parks. And this will cover the annual subscription and access to the software.
All right, I have a motion by Councilor Perry when he hits his motion button, and a second by Councilor Foster to approve the annual subscription to Dude Solutions software. I have Councilor Best. Councilor, you have the floor.
So, Mr. Bechtel, if we didn't do this one, this would shut down our water systems, our sewer systems, our sanitation. What else would it shut down?
This software is basically like a work order / asset management for all those departments. So all the water use it as a work order, and that's how they keep track of all their calls they do and repairs.
So I hear you telling me everything that comes in on our fix-it form goes to each department, and that's where they shoot out this
Correct.
to their personnel to get stuff done.
Correct.
So this would make our citizens very cranky if we didn't have this.
And it's internal as well, so like in our building, if we have a light fixture out, we put a help ticket in for facilities maintenance to come fix it. It's a way for them to keep track of it, that way they're not calling us or us calling them all the time. And
Okay. And you gave this presentation at Finance?
actually, Juan gave it for me because I was out of town.
Okay. So the presentation was given in a committee.
Correct.
The committee did, I believe, 3-0. Yes, I'm right, 3-0. It came up here. And I personally feel if it is a necessary thing for the city of Roswell to keep it running, such as 72,000, I think it going through consent, I don't think our citizens would have an issue with that. If they're watching, go to YouTube, whatsoever, the presentation that Juan gave would explain to them exactly what's going on. Is that correct?
Correct. And Trent also gave a presentation there as well that kind of explained how he uses it and stuff too.
Okay,
So, yeah.
okay. And I think maybe we have all of 3 people watching tonight on our go-to, other than our counselor. So thank you very much.
And again, the money for this is divided up between all those departments that use it, so it's kind of broken out through general fund and enterprise funds.
Okay. I have no one else on my list. Oh, Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I guess I get tired of hearing of the consent agenda, and I'll again remind the council that it is the responsibility and the right of any counselor to pull any consent agenda items for whatever reason. And if you have a problem with it, then you have to deal with it. You don't have to sit here and listen to every single item that is pulled. But with that, I need to ask a question. Is this a renewal item, a subscription for Dude Solutions? Or how long has
We've been using Dude Solutions for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, and it's a software-based subscription service, so it's a pay-to-use, just like most softwares have gone to that platform now, and a lot of hardware has gone to that platform, so you pay, you use it, you don't pay, you don't use it.
So if it's a renewal type of service, then we don't have to go through the out for bid?
No. Because at that point, it's already, I mean.
It's already been approved.
Approved, and plus it has all our information in it. So if you went out to bid, then you'd have to have pulling all the information out to carry that information on to other different software. So I mean,
And because I'm assuming that the city is satisfied with this company because they don't go out for bid for another bid.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have no one else on my list. At this point, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the annual subscription to Dude Solutions software. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, it passes 9-0. Ladies and gentlemen, item number 12 was approved when we had approved the agenda as a consent item. It is now 8:06. We will return at 8:15 with item number 13, and that will be Counselor Perry. So we are now in recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 3 minutes. Again, 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'm going to go out and start.
That's how you wind them up. It'll be a long night. Long night. We haven't even started the real stuff yet. What are you saying?
Jake.
Yeah, him and that man just walked in.
You look down there, so you see Foster and work. Thank you.
Whatever it takes, Parker, whatever it takes.
Yeah, whatever it takes. All right. It's 8:15. We are back in regular session. Let the record reflect all counselors are present as they were when we went into recess. Item number 13 is the next item up. Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I make a motion that let me make sure I'm at the right one. Yes, I am. I make a motion that we approve Resolution 21-56, which is the resolution that mandates the cleanup of 36 properties.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by, I need a second. Second by Counselor, well, I got Counselor Roebuck push the button first. I have a second by Counselor Roebuck to approve Resolution 21-56 dealing with property cleanup.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors again. We've got 36 properties within the city that need to be cleaned. These property owners have been notified. We have never received any response, so we put them on resolution for cleanup. I stand for any questions.
All right. Counselor Orpesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I just have a question to try and clear up something. On page 69, on the second column, on the third entry. It's 1114 East Bland Street. And if I remember correctly, isn't this the same property that the city just demolished a number of small apartment buildings and so forth?
Yes, Counselor.
And so, wasn't it established previously that the owner had passed several years ago?
Yes.
And that we couldn't find an heir to this person?
Yes.
So I'm wondering, why is it that we have to put it on the list now if we already have the ability to put a lien on it? Lien, I'm assuming we've already put a lien.
Yes, sir. The lien that is on it now was for the cleanup, for the demo.
Okay.
This would be a totally different lien. This would be a lien for cleanup. Right now, the weeds are like so high. I want to take care of it because it's right there by the school, and the kids walk in front of it every day.
And that's my point. Why do we have to wait to see if the owner is going to respond? Because the owner is not going to respond from what we understand.
Mhm.
So why not just go and clean the property?
Counselor, we do have to follow our own ordinances and state law with regard to, we may know practically that we can't get a response, but to follow the law and the procedures, we have to do it the same every time. So that we just have to go through the procedure, notwithstanding what we actually know about it.
Okay, just curious. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no one else on my list. At this time, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-5656. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
I have 8-1. Counselor Moore in opposition. Item number 14 was approved when the agenda was approved as a consent item, as was item number 15. We are now on item number 16. Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 21-57, which will be the submittal of the revised 23-27 infrastructure capital improvement plan.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Moore to approve Resolution 21-57. Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. So just for the benefit of the public, I'll just give a quick overview of what is the ICIP and what we've been presenting to the various committees. So the resolution before you, 2157, is to consider the 2023-2027 ICIP, which stands for Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. So a local infrastructure capital improvement plan is a plan that establishes planning priorities for anticipated capital projects. This is a state-coordinated ICIP process which encourages entities to plan for the development of capital improvements. Again, this is a 5-year plan that is required by the state of New Mexico. As you can see there, the ICIP has various deadlines for different types of entities in New Mexico. Special districts is September 3rd, tribal governments is September 17th, and as well for counties and municipalities is September 17th, which we are required to submit our list of capital projects to the state database. So the intent of the list was to allow for discussion and decision among staff and city council on which projects are prioritized for funding. Process and or actions to consider. Again, we have taken all of these various projects to the different committees for ranking and for recommendation to the full city council. The Southern New Mexico Economic Development District has already issued out an email notice to all of the entities that will be presenting to the upcoming legislative session and the legislators. As you can see there, the September 28th will be the DFA Capital Outlay Training Webinar, and October 20th will be the capital outlay forms due to the district. And then on November 18th will be the virtual presentation to the legislators for the upcoming legislative session for the capital projects. So what you see here is all of the departments that reported to the various committees. Public Safety reported to the legal committee, but as you can see, there's quite a number of departments, and everybody had the projects that were vetted through the committees. After all of the committees heard the projects, as you can see there, this is the top 10 list of projects that were being recommended and ranked as number one. This section of the list represents also those top 10 projects that are being recommended by the city manager. And as we go through the next slides, these are the remaining projects that were vetted and ranked by the various committees. And as you can see at the very end, we had a total of 63 projects for a grand total of $50 million. So what we've done in the past is the City Council has opted to rank the top 5. And again, in the proposed resolution, there are blank numbers there where we have filled in those top 5 projects, which we will use to present to the legislators and seek legislative funding. And with that, Mr. Mayor and Council, we'll defer to the City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I wanted to give just a little bit more background on this so that you have a clearer understanding of where we're at today. I had a conversation with Councilor Perry as the Chair of Finance. We had no chance to have a meeting to take these top priorities and get them listed into a top 5. And so the request was for the City Manager to put forward a list. Within that list, I want to make sure you understand as well too, when we got into the top 10, you're going to see at least 3 of these items were combined. When we're talking about going after legislative dollars or ICIP dollars, you want to make sure that the amount is not too small. You want to make sure that it is a project that we can get completed, which means it should not be too large as well too. On an average year, the city of Roswell receives $2.6 to $2.9 million in ICIP funding. What we're being told by the state of New Mexico is that there will be more funding available. So what I'm suggesting or what I'm recommending to the City Council is that we utilize the top 10 and we place that onto the front of the resolution. We attach the remainder of the projects that have went through the committee on the resolution. And as you've known in the past, we've had some legislators have actually picked off the list rather than the top 10 or the top 5. And so having it on the list is the most important thing. There's over $50 million worth of projects that we'll be presenting to the state that they can help us with. The top 10 list actually has $7.7 million. And since it's so small on the screen, I wanted to read them really quickly so that you understood the breadth of where we're at. We're suggesting a bunch of work for some facility improvements at the Adult Center in the amount of $235,000. We're talking about working on an additional water well and a new irrigation system for the cemetery of $235,000. The convention center with some LED lighting, pre-function lighting for $150,000. The parks, citywide park playground equipment, replace and upgrade of $575,000. And that's, we generally have replaced playground equipment about $40,000 a piece, and we try to do, I think, about 4 playgrounds a year. And so that's where we're coming up with that information. What we've discovered over at the rec center is that we want to do some plumbing upgrades, move the hot water closer to the pool, add a washer and dryer, and then finish some work that had been in the build project that actually got value engineered out of adding in a scoreboard for competitions, and that's $133,000. We have on here some additional assistance for the wayfinding or directional signage within the city. As you know, that's on the agenda for a little bit later today as well too. We have on here $5 million for airport expansion and infrastructure improvements at the Air Center. Again, we want to make sure that the state understands the importance of the Air Center to us. We have emergency generators for the rec center. Just so you don't, for those of you that may not be aware, we had a server collapse from the rec center. It got hit by lightning over the last storm. It took 3 days to rebuild the servers, and we need to, we're having to replace a lot of equipment over there as well too. So the generators would go a long way for that. We have the wastewater treatment plant for the storm pond, $350,000, and then some zoo improvements, walk-in outdoor freezer, a cooler, a grain building, some electrical power upgrades, and for safety in the facility for $137,740. We tried to lump these together. I wanted to make them large enough. Generally, anything under $75,000 is that the legislature doesn't look at, so we need to be up above that. We believe that the $200,000 and $300,000 range is a good range to show the project. Also, the only other thing I will share with that is that what we're hearing from the state legislature is that they want to make sure that we spend the money fairly quickly, but in order to do our budgeting and everything, the money that we receive in this legislative cycle will essentially be spent in that next year. And so we'll utilize that money for these projects, and then the projects that we've already assigned to, we'll move those projects around. So I'll stand for any questions, but in order to bring the resolution to you tonight, my recommendation, our recommendation is to choose the top 10, and we'll leave the rest in the exhibit on the backside of this resolution. If you so choose, and it is your right, you may change any one of these things. I just wanted to make sure you had the background as to how these were chosen, and you can adjust that list however you see fit. Mayor, City Council, we do stand for questions.
Okay, before I go to the council, let me make sure we all understand how this is going to work. Just because we rank something 1 through 10 does not mean the legislators pay any attention to that ranking.
That is correct.
That doesn't even mean that they will stay on the top 10. Legislators can dip into the other stuff as far as they want. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they could even fund something that was not on our list at all. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But we do have to have stuff on our list, somewhere on the list, in order to receive potential grant funding and or loans from NMFA, et cetera.
That is correct, Mayor. Anything that the state provides funding back to the city for needs to be on our ICIP list.
But it doesn't matter where on the list.
But it does not matter where.
Okay. On that note, I have Councilor Roebuck and Councilor Perry. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm extremely disappointed. In 2 committee meetings, I asked Mr. Fuentes if we'd be following the exact same process that we did last year. And we are not following the same process. Last year, we had stickers, we did a vote. It was a very good process. I want to know why. Why was I told that we were going to follow it, and why did we change?
Who wants to answer that?
I don't have a clear answer for that, Counselor.
Do you remember the process we did last year?
Yes, sir, I do.
I think we discussed it at length. We thought it was a good process last year. I think it worked really well. We've been trying to improve this process year over year, and now we're taking a step backwards.
Yes, sir. I don't have a better answer.
I think when I came into this meeting today, I came prepared to do a particular process that I asked staff about, and that's what they said. And so now this is the very important decisions that we need to be making. And we were not informed that we were going to be doing this differently. I'm sorry to be upset about it, but this is a lot of hard work, and this is a very important. We've obviously had a lot of debate about the ICIP list over the years about what it means and stuff, and we take it very seriously. And that's to me it's a huge oversight, especially when I specifically asked twice in both the committee meetings when we were ranking these things that I was in. Specifically asked, are we following the same process? Because we have had debates over how this process has worked in the past, and so I'm extremely disappointed that on such a very important thing, that the process was not made clear to the counselors of what we're going to be following. So I assume now we're going to make amendments to this? Is that how, if we want to move forward? So so I'm going to go ahead and yield for now and process some of this, but it's very, very, if we could table this, if this wasn't time sensitive, I would do that. I know this is time sensitive, we have to get it done, so we'll move forward. I yield.
I have Councilor Perry and Councilor Oropesa. Councilor Perry, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And let me just start out by, I'll throw myself under the bus on that to our city manager. I did not realize, I did not remember if you had brought that up, was that in one of the other committees? I apologize, because I did not remember to hear that, and I did not realize that it was that critical that we were going to move forward with the sticker process. The sticker process last year was the first time I had ever been part of a sticker process, and it was rather confusing. It was harder for me than the way we were normally doing things before I left the council 3 years ago. So when we discussed it as chair of finance and with ICIP, the primary ending going in that direction, I had assumed that we could just move forward with allowing staff to take the information that had been given in all 4 committees and then compile the list and allow the council to discuss those things to find that top 5 and then place that together. So for the record, I just want to say, any frustration, allow that to come to me, because I was the one who, in talking with Juan and talking with our city manager, Mr. Nebb, assumed that this is the process that we could take. Now with that being said, I think that what we have here is a good system. At this point, we have 5 to place 4th on here, to put in the top 5, and then the rest of it to be remaining upon the ICIP. What I think I would like to know is from council, the thoughts from our councilors as to where we want these 5, the top 5 to be. I don't have an issue. Again, because I understand that the ICIP, that our legislators are not looking to see what is our number 1 so they can fund it, what is our number 2 so they can fund it, what is our number 3 so they can fund it. I think we've seen in the past that many times we've even been surprised of things being funded that we didn't even think were even on the list in the top area. So it's more of a function to give us a list that then we can have grants written from, that we can look for finances from other areas that require that it be upon the ICIP. So if there is any concern or frustration, I will bear that responsibility. I yield.
I have Councilor Oropesa, Foster, and Stubbs. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to agree with Councilor Robach. I was under the impression that we would go with the sticker process as well. And I am disappointed that we are not going that route. And the other thing is that I am disappointed that I don't see on the top 10, I don't see the tennis courts being added here, as opposed to the recreation center for $450,000 for emergency events. I'm not sure what that really means. But, the tennis people have been yelling and hollering for, I don't know, since 2015 or even prior to that, for around $400,000, and I was hoping that we would at least have the same conversation that we had last year. And I know this goes through committee and so forth and so on, and I really don't want to put blame on anybody for however it ended up. But to me, I don't really care if it goes through committee or not, because this is an issue that I believe should be a discussion item for the entire council. And, and I went in, Joe right after the meeting last year and congratulated you on a system that to me seemed fair. Seemed like you didn't put counselors on the spot to vote one way or the other. It was all done by stickers and nobody really knew who the sticker belonged to. And so I thought that was a very fair system, and I was hoping that that would be the same system that we would continue to follow this year.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Counselor. I would like to, Mayor, I'd like to address at least the tennis courts on that, because if everybody remembers back to the special budget session where we talked about 2 amendments for the tennis courts and for the shade structure at the recreation, both of those amendments did fail for the budget at that time. But what we guaranteed is that we would have a conversation with that as soon as possible. We had a study completed on those tennis courts. We know what needs to happen on the tennis courts. We are prepared with our recommendation, and that'll be coming forward to the General Service Committee. The intent, and the only reason that it is not on the ICIP is because we are not seeking legislative dollars to take care of the tennis courts. The other guarantee that I made to the City Council was we would find a way to get the work done within our funds. And so the request that I will have coming forward to you through the next General Service meeting will be to amend the budget to contribute the dollars from the rec center into fixing the tennis courts. So I chose not to have that added in on the ICIP because I am recommending that we do not need legislative assistance to take care of the maintenance of those fields or those courts. So, but yes, I can appreciate and I understand on the system that we utilized last year.
I have Counselor Foster, Stubbs, and Roebuck again. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I too am disappointed. Last year, we know this system that we have before us right now kind of silences the council. I look at these projects and they're all brought by staff. I mean, last year, I successfully got to add our South Virginia Park on it. I know we got to vote on these, but these were brought to us by staff to vote on, and we put them in our process. I do think, and I guess we could have added it at our committee, but at full council last year, we got to put them on, and then we got all 10 of us to vote on it. And that's where, and it was successful. We got the funding for the park. This year, I sat back. I don't know if other counselors planned on having a project that they saw that they've been needing and planned on bringing it to this meeting and us voting on it. I mean, I did not, although I do see things that we do need to add to it that aren't on this. But I laid back this year. This still, I think, silences the council. We get to vote on what was brought to us by committee and by staff. I'm not sure. I mean, I know we have time. It's time sensitive, but I do think that we should have handled it better. I do think that if it wasn't so time sensitive, I would be voting to table it too, because I don't think that this is the right way for us to do it. It sure was a lot clearer last year.
Mayor, City Council, just so you're aware, just like everything, like the budget, like everything else, this can be amended. So what I would ask is, considering the time constraints that we have, we approve something that can come out that we can present to the state, and then we can come back and amend. We were amending things 2 years ago all the way up into February. So we have the ability to amend this list, and so I would ask for, give me another shot. So, thank you.
All right, Mr. Knapp, before I go to Counselor Stubbs, Roebuck, and Perry, let me throw out a concept that we table this tonight and call a special council meeting 1 week from tonight and revert to the sticker approach that was utilized a year ago. I am not making a motion. I do not have that authority. I do not have that ability. But as we continue on with the discussion, I want to throw that out there, councilors, for consideration. All right?
And Mayor and City Council, I would concur that that is a option within the process as well.
And that would still allow us to get it to the state on the following day,
That is
Friday
correct.
the 17th. All right. I have Councilor Stubbs, Roebuck, and Perry. Councilor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I may be the only one of us, but I really disliked the process last year, and I have done this many, many times, and what I miss and what I was hoping to see more of tonight was a discussion with other counselors and other ideas being thrown out there as to why we require certain funding or why we think this is a need, or, I mean, I'm really missing the collaboration and the working together to come up with a list. I think the dots we used last year did not satisfy any of that, at least for my need of feeling good about the list we came up with. On sort of another note, last month I was at a meeting where the director of the local governments division of DFA made a presentation, and there was a handout, and I'd like to just read a few of these bullet points that were on this, if you will indulge me. And basically this says that in 2016, staff of the Legislative Finance Committee collaborated with the executive directors of the Association of Counties, the New Mexico Municipal League, and the Department of Finance and Administration to develop guidelines for proprietization, I'm so sorry, and management of projects. The goal of the guidelines is to assist legislators and political subdivisions in their decision-making process when determining local project needs, while at the same time preserving legislators' options to select and proprietize projects within their district. The Legislative Counsel Service assists in the process by providing technical support and explanation of the bill preparation process. There are several bullet points here. Some are not, don't apply to what the discussion is right now, but let me give you the first one is to demonstrate the project will reduce potential or actual health and safety hazards and liability issues, or will provide sustainable infrastructure for community needs. The second bullet says, demonstrate all necessary plans, funds, and resources will be in place to begin a project within a reasonable time frame, which is 12 to 18 months following enactment of the capital bill. Note that the statutorily required, if projects funded by severance tax bonds are not certified and ready to begin within 2 years, legislative authorization will automatically expire. Another thing is that fund projects listed in the local infrastructure capital improvement plan, all projects should be planned and prioritized to match demands for funds with supply of funds and to best utilize all funding sources available. Also within the presentation, the LFC analyst, God, I can't ever talk when I'm in the microphone. Analyst, thank you, was present, and one of the things that I really got from his presentation at the same time, at that same meeting, was that the planning and design of the project is really up to the local government. And so I think in thinking about the projects that we need, I think that's an important thing to think about as well. I think somebody said something, and Juan, I'm glad you're at the microphone because you can probably correct me on this. The bonds that fund capital improvement projects, and that's the way the majority of the capital improvement projects through the legislature are funded, are not issued until July and December. So what the legislators fund in the 2022 session would not be part of our budgeting or doing process until the next fiscal year anyway. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Stubb, that is correct. That's when we get the grant agreements, is towards the start of the next fiscal year.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have Councilor Roebuck and Councilor Perry. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I certainly would like to concede a point to Councilor Stubbs that definitely we need to make sure that in this process that we do have ample debate on and discussion on all these important projects. I would hate to cut any of that short through any sort of choosing process. And I plan on, I want to make a motion to table. I did want to, if Councilor Perry wanted to speak before that motion, I would like to give him that opportunity. I would yield to Councilor Perry.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to call him. Councilor Perry, go ahead and hit your request to speak button again. All right, so Councilor Perry, you have the floor, and I'll come back to Councilor Roebuck.
Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Roebuck, for allowing me an opportunity just to say something before you do that. As I'm saying this, let me say I don't direct this to any particular council or to our council as a whole, just speaking from some experience. Last year, the process was very, as simplified as it was very confusing to me from sitting through this process 8 times before that, or yeah, 8 times before that. The confusion to me was there used to be a time on the council, and I want to assure you, I've never sat on a city council since 2010 that I agreed 100% with everyone, and I assure you there was never a time on the council where 100% of the people agreed with me. We are each individual councilors representing different portions of our population within our city. There are going to be councilors we agree with more often than others, but we as each individual, we have that respect for each other, that we are passionate about some things that someone else may not be passionate about. And the wonderful thing that I always enjoyed about the ICIP process is we sat around at the table like we are now, and we discussed this. And the things that are pertinent, that are very passionate for Councilor Sanchez were brought to the table. The things that Councilor Moore is passionate about were brought to the table. The things that Councilor Orpace were brought to the table. We discussed these things, we debated, we deliberated over these things, and then we found a top 5 that we felt was best for our whole society. I was always the one who held out and threatened to vote against if we did not have infrastructure as our main priorities. This is an ICIP. Infrastructure is very important, and I've held out to the end on that several times, but we had good, healthy debate over these items, and then we presented a list that in the end we all felt good about, and we could present to our legislators, and we were all on moving forward with. I felt we lacked that last year. I felt like last year I was given 10 stickers, and that we told of projects that we would like to put up on the board, and someone took a marker and wrote those extra projects on there. But there wasn't, I don't remember a lot of debate, a lot of discussion on the whys, on why these were critical or important. I just remember having 10 stickers, and all the stickers were different. Mine, you could tell were mine compared to the ones that were Councilor Stubbs or Councilor Foster's. They were all different. And you could put all 10 on one item, or you could put 2 here and 2 there, 1 here, 1 there. You could just put 1 on and keep your 9 and go back to your seat. That process was a little confusing for me, and in the end, I didn't feel like we had a finalized list that we'd ever vented this, that we'd ever discussed it, that we were ever at that point of recognizing each other and why those things were there and important for our community. I felt like I was just putting stickers on there. So I'm not trying to degrade that by any means. I did not realize that there was a desire from others to stay with that system. I did not remember that in any of the committee meetings I was a part of, and I apologize if those came up in other committees that I'm not a part of. I have no problem with taking the time to have those discussions right now, and to deliberate those things right now, and find the things that Councilor Roebuck, that Councilor Foster, that Councilor Best, that Councilor Oropesa are passionate about, and find that prioritization and send this forward. And if there are things that are up later that we need to make the change on, we can absolutely do that. I know, as the mayor, with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, you've said, on the 16th, I don't know about others. I know I have made plans that as soon as our meeting is over on Monday, on that morning for the American, the money, rescue plan money, I'm getting in the car immediately and heading to Santa Fe for the Molly training that's taking place at the Roundhouse. So that sort of puts me out of pocket, but this is not about me by any means. I can share my concerns, and the council can vote at that time. I just don't have a problem with sitting around the table right now and having that good, healthy discussion and finding those items that need to move forward at this time. I yield.
I have Councilor Roebuck, and I exhaust my list.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also, too, don't necessarily have a problem with doing it now, so I'm going to make a motion. If it fails, I think we can certainly move forward and get the work done regardless. So the process is, and this is from memory, of course, but this is the process is we take the stickers, each council gets so many stickers, we put them on projects we like. It creates a list. That list still has to go through, and councilors can still make amendments to it. We still debate it. It's still very much open for debate. The stickers themselves only provide a methodology for getting a step one, so to speak. And I think there still is ample time and room. I don't remember specifically debating any particular things, but I can't imagine we didn't, as talkative as we are from last year. So I'm gonna make a motion. And again, if it fails, I've got no problem with moving forward tonight. Let's just give the council an option to do that. And so I'm going to try to do this how I think it is. So I want to move to table this item to a meeting that will be set by the mayor. Not picking a particular time or date at this point, and let the mayor then work with the council to find a time that's suitable for everybody. That's my motion. Do I push my button or no?
Do we need him to
Motion
push
button?
motion button?
Yes, I'm getting a nod.
Okay. Well, push it again.
Oop.
All right. Now, do we have I have a second for Foster? Okay. Now, Mr. Patterson, do we want to table or do we postpone action to a future date and time?
Yeah, I think the proper, or the best way to phrase the motion is a motion to postpone until the special a week from now, because a motion to table is really something where if something comes up that's more pressing, you temporarily put it on the table and then you take it off the table in the same meeting.
So we will postpone to a meeting to be specified, a special meeting to be specified. Is that acceptable
Yeah, that's
to both?
acceptable.
Now, Ms. Call, do you feel comfortable that you now know the wording of the motion is a motion to postpone action on this item until a special city council to be announced? Okay. On this motion, debate on the motion. Is there anyone wishing to? All right, I don't have anyone wishing to debate the motion. Ms. Call, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this motion. A yes or aye approves the motion, which takes item number 16, Resolution 2157, and postpones actions on it to a future special city council meeting, date and time to be called by myself, but obviously prior to Friday the 17th when it's due to the state. A yes or aye approves that. A no or nay rejects it. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Councilor Best? Yes. Councilor Roebuck?
Yes.
Councilor Moore? Yes. Councilor Kennard?
Yes.
Councilor Foster?
Yes.
Councilor Perry?
No.
Councilor Oropesa?
Yes.
Councilor Stubbs?
No.
Councilor Sanchez?
No.
Motion passes 6-3.
6-3. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I will get together with Mr. Nebb first thing tomorrow and we will set a date and time that is as amenable as possible. If any of you have serious conflicts, please text those to me as far as date and time go, and we will attempt to accommodate within the limits of the Open Meetings Act as far as notification. What's our restrictions on that, Ms. Call?
Depending on what time you're going to have the meeting, I can assume you'll have it in the late afternoon, so I would need to have it, I would like to have it Monday mid-afternoon, say by 2 o'clock, so just in case we have a technicality with equipment or getting it posted, something like that. So as long as we can get it posted Monday by about 2 o'clock, we'll be fine.
That would allow for Thursday. If we did it Friday, could we have a meeting? What's the earliest we could have a meeting if we did it by Friday?
If you did it by Friday, it would be Tuesday.
All right. I will strive to get this resolved with Mr. Nebb by then. All right. We are now on item number 17. Councilor Perry.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And getting to it. At this time, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 21-59, which is the development of the schedule of fees for the review of cannabis facilities, projects, and permits within the city of Roswell.
All right. I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by, I need a second, Roebuck, Councilor Roebuck, to approve Resolution 21-59. Mr. Mavers.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Tonight, we'd like you to consider approval of this resolution to develop a fee schedule for the review of cannabis facilities, projects, and permits within the city. Last month, when you approved the resolution that established Chapter 27, we established Section 27-5 of the Roswell Municipal Code that requires the establishment of fees for the review of these projects. The proposed fee schedule will help to reasonably reimburse staff for the time, resources, and the complexity that correspond with projects related to cannabis. And these fees include, but are certainly not limited to, our new pre-application review fee, the PAR, zone change, conditional use permits, review of associated technical studies, the regulatory permits, and then appeal processing. Finance Committee has reviewed the proposed resolution and has recommended 3-0 that the City Council consider approval of the resolution to implement a fee schedule for projects related to cannabis within the City of Roswell.
All right. I have Councilor Moore. Councilor Moore, you have the floor.
I just had one quick, am my mic on? I just have one question about the fees. Are they, it doesn't say anywhere unless I missed it. Is it one time? Is it annually? Is it quarterly? Or, you know, the fees that you have listed? I just started on the first page. I didn't really go to discuss to see if they're.
Some of these fees are one time. Some of these fees will be annual. As an example, when a project comes through for the first time, pre-application review, that's a one-time fee. Some of the other fees for review and development are one-time fees. The regulatory permit, however, will be an annual fee. They will be required to submit all of their materials on an annual basis. That will be reviewed annually. Most of these, though, are one-time.
And can I ask a question about the numbers? Where did y'all, I don't know who came up with the numbers, but where did you just pull them out of a book, or you use some other references? Or?
Because we've never done anything like this before within the city of Roswell, I did have to rely on my previous experience from another state in cannabis development and what it took to get a cannabis project. So in order to develop these fees, what I had to do was I took the individual components and I determined a number of hours that it would take a typical staff person, not a senior or director like myself, but a mid-level staff person to review. Once they get trained, we made this assumption. We took a typical hourly rate of $30 to $35 an hour, plus we added a little extra to cover other expenses, so we assumed a rate of about $50 an hour, and then multiplied that into the average amount of time we think it'll take to review these fees based upon a reasonably accurate and complete submittal. That is one of the things we are fighting right now, but we have to assume that things will come back. As an example, just for the pre-application review, that $850, what went into all of that was the assumption that we would all be sitting around a table at the pre-application review. You would have input from myself, you would have input from Mr. Nahar from engineering, fire department, solid waste department, building inspections department, and code enforcement as a minimum. You may have even more that come in. But you'll have 6 or 7 people for an hour that will sit around and discuss these projects and then hand back the developer a punch list of things that they have to bring in order to do their full development. We're taking into account all of those people around the table and a basic hourly rate. That's how that was generated. Some of the other stuff, the most expensive item on this list, item number 7, the development agreement. That we have to assume has to be reviewed not only by mid-level staff but also by senior staff. We have to cover Mr. Nebb's time as well on that because he will get involved in those. I will personally get involved in those. Most likely, the city attorney also is involved in the review of development agreements. So a lot of moving parts, a lot of people coming through, but we need to start looking at the possibility of recovering some of our costs. Up to this point, we have had months and months of money going out to develop all of these ordinances and to develop all these requirements. We are still going to have a significant amount of money going out. We have to start recouping some of those costs as projects come on board.
Okay, I just thought they were kind of low. That's why I was asking, thinking in my head they were a little low because I was hoping we'd be kind of wanting them not to want to do it. And so that I asked somebody and they were like, well, $850, that's nothing, because I'm going to make $1.5 million. And so and just thinking, some of those things, that's kind of where I got the numbers. I had no, I'm not okay with any of it, but that's why I asked. I wasn't, being.
I can let you know up front that these fees compared to other states are incredibly reasonable for the type of development. But then again, everything is incredibly reasonable in the state of New Mexico when compared to other states.
Yes, sir. That was my point, that they're incredibly reasonable. I don't want them to be reasonable. I want them to be uncomfortable.
I have Counselor Sanchez. Counselor Sanchez, you have the floor.
Time to come out to there.
Can you pull the microphone?
That
Counselor Sanchez, can you pull the microphone? Thank you.
Today, each come have like it to game that each to come I don't do that. I come.
But God shows his anger.
Counselor Sanchez, I must apologize. I'm unsure what you're asking.
People who suppress the truth by their wickedness. They know the truth about God because he has made it obvious to them. For ever since the world was created,
Yeah.
people have seen the earth and sky. Through everything God made, they can clearly see his invisible qualities, his excuse for not knowing God. 1, 18, 19, 20. But God shows his anger from heaven against all sinful, wicked people who suppress the truth by their wickedness. They know the truth about God because he has made it obvious to them. For ever since the world was created, people have seen the earth and sky. Through everything God made, they can clearly see his invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature. So they have no excuse for not knowing God. 1, 18, 19, 20. Things most important to me. There are 6 things the Lord hates, no, 7 things he detests. haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that kill the innocent, a heart that plots evil, feet that race to do wrong, a false witness who pours out lies, a person who sows discord in a family. 16, 17, 18, 19, 6.
Yes. 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 Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Counselor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no idea. I know I've had questions answered about these fees, but I have no idea what to compare them to. So I'm not going to question that. I'm going to question the resolution itself, if I may. And I'm on page 90 of our packet, which is the first page of Resolution 2159. And I'm looking at line 26 and 27. This is the now therefore, City of Roswell, that the following fees shall be introduced. I don't understand that. And that these fees shall take effect upon approval. I don't know if that's standard. I'm not sure. I mean, they're introduced. What we want to do is adopt them, I'm assuming. And so I'm concerned about the word introduced, and then I think most anything we approve here takes effect after the mayor signs, as opposed to when it's approved.
5 days.
So I'm just questioning a little bit of language there, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Patterson, any thoughts on Counselor's concerns?
Yeah, I would concur with her comments. I think that we can change that from introduced to that they are established.
Adopted.
Adopted, yeah. Introduced is not the best word there, and I apologize. I missed that myself.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, and I'll make this in the form of a motion in a
Please.
moment, but I think line 26 then would read that the following fees shall be adopted, I would say, period, is what I'm going to make a motion. But then I also want to ask, while I'm at it, about the next page, 92. The section 2, 3, and 4 that are at the top of that page, line number 3 through 14, are typically not a part of a resolution. They're part of an ordinance. And I'd like to ask the question of Mr. Parker again, if those are necessary or should be a part of a resolution. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
I'm sorry,
Okay, Mr. Patterson?
Can you tell me again which sections you're looking at?
I'm looking at page 92, which is the second page of the resolution, and I'm looking at line 3 through 14.
Yeah, that sections 2 and 3 would not apply to this resolution.
And I can see where 4 may, but we don't typically put them in resolutions.
Okay.
Can you repeat what you just said again? I couldn't hear.
Yeah, I think that that's fine in a resolution, although we do not always put that in there.
Because I don't know that establishing fees are going to invalidate.
Well, you could imagine a situation in which one fee was struck down, you wouldn't want all the other fees struck down, like if there was a challenge in a court, for example. So it makes sense to me to put that there.
So, okay, so I'm going to leave that one in. Okay, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
All right, let me suggest this. This is getting a bit complex. And my concern always is when we do complex motions on the fly is things don't get done exactly the correct way. So I will, at this point, call for a second recess. I will give Counselor Stubbs, Mr. Mavers, Mr. Patterson 10 minutes to write this
4
out.
minutes. I bet
10
we can do it in 4.
10 minutes to write this out in a manner that Ms. Call clearly understands, and then we will come back in. We're going to have a break at 10, but this will be the early 10 o'clock break. So it is 9:12. We will reconvene at 9:22, at which time we will continue action. Counselor Stubbs will have the floor. We are in recess.
So I've got it here. We'll just strike it out here. Okay. So I got it here. So we're going to strike 2 and 3.
Don't strike that yet, because I've got some concerns.
Well, you have to strike these because they don't work in a resolution. I'm going to, okay, so I've got track changes on.
Good job, sir.
We're gonna.
Resolutions will be written.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do. So we're gonna, you want to strike 2 and 3.
Yeah. And then strike section 4.
Yeah. So, well, section 4, we were going to leave in any section, paragraph, clause, or provision. Right, it just becomes section 2, because, oh, yeah, because that's section 1, and this becomes section 2.
No, they're going to go up because they're going to go up to general because we're so low.
Shall be. You want shall be adopted.
It needs to because these people are starting to look at the property, yada, yada, yada. So, yeah, I did.
All right, so now therefore be resolved that the following fees shall be adopted. Section 1. And then,
But again, I think we need to make an argument.
right. New section 2.
I want to give some cushion. So, and then just say, I want to give some 20%.
And everything else, yeah, that's it.
And you make the motion, somebody seconds it, everybody votes aye.
I will email this to Sharon and you. You don't have the computer on you right now.
No, they took me seriously, they just moved on because.
They're not going to recommend the motion.
And we meet every Monday at 9
If I email it to Sharon.
These did not come.
We want to make sure that if you voice that, make sure that you're not saying
No, it's my fault. I should have caught that.
right. Because then they're going to go back to your report on it and say, does the counselor made this said that it supports.
I think he's mad at us. I'm pretty sure he's mad at us.
But all you're doing by making a motion, all you're doing is you're giving us a choice. You know, even in that motion, that I didn't know how to work. But I thought, well, we just give her a choice. And we said it was tonight.
And we're doing everything we can to make it happen. And the law that they've given us, and they've given us such a crappy law, we're stretching it so hard, we're gonna be in court forever. And you can ask poor old Parker, he just keeps. No, we can't say that, we have to say, no, we can't.
I would say 20%. I would say that I am uncomfortable are too low and
vote, we call for
You mean changing them all what they are? That wouldn't surprise me.
There's no proof that this, we make investments. So if there's a business that gets
Okay, I emailed it to you. I know you don't have probably.
no, I do not like it. This is money we're wasting. So, thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you for sharing.
Well,
And I get your point, that's exactly what I was saying, is that, you know, and no one understands when you guys, that's the right, this is not okay. It's not okay, it's to the detriment of our souls and our lives, this is to the detriment of our community, but we have no choice because the state said yes. So it's to the detriment of our community.
Something, and we're not voting on this tonight. And we need to make this better. But it looks like somebody knows here, I kind of want to, I want to debate, and I don't think we should. So, we're concerned about what's going to happen to the item two. We're going down. Two doors down. Right here, 6 and 8. When we introduce, it says where the particular location was detrimental to public safety, or health, public safety, and they want to change it. It was originally morals that we changed. I think we should change it.
I want to leave morals because they don't understand.
Yeah, I just want to point that out. But again, we're not voting on this thing tonight, so. I think that's something that's like, let's move morals. That's part of our, we still have that right to determine what the morals of our community. And that is still a factor. But again, we're not voting on it. We're just voting to advertise. It's only 10, come on.
No, it's not, it's 9:20.
And where are we?
We're on item number,
18, 17?
we're still on 17.
17.
Yeah.
Uh,
So we're halfway. This is halfway. Tuesday.
I needed
5
two
o'clock.
of these. I needed 2 of them. Tuesday at 5 o'clock? That should be okay.
Tuesday at 5 o'clock,
Be better, yeah,
Tuesday at 5
for this?
for the special.
Yeah, that would be a lot better. Because Thursday at 7, I have teacher-parent conferences until 7. Well, we're missing it tonight.
I know, but we want them to
But
sit every
but
week.
it's only the Cowboys playing, so who cares?
Watch your mouth, watch your mouth.
Make a motion, in a second, we will vote. Rather than just say, if we
Because her purpose is like, she wants to have them serve and that makes the motion really good.
You make the motion, it'll be however you make the motion, in a second, we'll vote on it. I just prefer.
I prefer for others too, but, okay.
You know,
All right, I need, counselors, can we start rounding up everybody? It's, we got 1 minute to go. Come on.
on the next one. Have you read through this one? Some of the paperwork. I brought it up to add legal and said, look, anything that's submitted to us.
We'll say no.
They even, some of them might have proprietary knowledge and proprietary equipment. And especially when we get into, start looking at wastewater. They give it to us, it's public domain.
I would raise those as concerns, but it's
No, no. I've already talked to, Parker, then we're trying to figure out a way that something can be submitted to us that it wouldn't become automatically.
Okay.
But I just.
All right, we're a little bit, where are we? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and start this up again. Where's Perry? We have Counselor Perry somewhere?
In the back.
All right. He's in the room. All right, it's 9:23. We're back in session. We're back on item number 17. Counselor Stubbs has the floor. Counselor Stubbs, you have a motion.
I do, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I move to amend the motion on Resolution 21-59 on page 90 of the packet, line 26, to read, "Following fees shall be adopted, period." And delete all the language through the rest of line 26 and 27. As well as on page 92 of the packet, continuing with the resolution, lines 3 through 10 to be omitted. And on line 12, where it reads section 4, that should read section 2.
All right, I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster. I will not attempt to repeat that motion. Ms. Call, are you comfortable? You know exactly what's being proposed. Mr. Patterson, you're comfortable with this? Mr. Mavers, you're comfortable with it? All right, we are on a motion to amend. Is there any debate or discussion on this motion to amend? We'll come back. I'll come to you as soon as we get done with this. I hear none, so I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or a aye approves this amendment to the resolution. A no or nay rejects the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 No.
Any opposed, say nay. Councilor Perry, you haven't voted yet.
Oh, we're voting by, I said aye, but didn't.
Okay. And the vote is, okay, I have a 9-0. Councilor Sanchez, did you want a no on that?
No.
Okay. Cool. We will correct that. It is 8-1 with Councilor Sanchez in the opposition. We are now on an amended resolution 21-59. Councilor Moore. Yes.
It's not going on.
That's okay. Go ahead and make your motion.
Okay, as I had a previous conversation, I'd like to make a motion to amend some of the fee numbers to increase them by 20% for each line. I kind of feel like they said they were kind of low on the low level for the state and also, for an average, so I'd like to make a motion to increase them by 20%. And also, I think to incur some of the staff is going to going to incur more cost. So I kind of feel like if we increase those a little bit, we can, buffer that a little.
All right. I have a motion by Councilor Moore to increase the fees by 20%. Do I have a second? I have a second by Councilor Roebuck. So now we have amendment to increase by 20% the fees that are listed in it. Any debate or discussion on this motion? Councilor Perry, on the amendment.
Yes, thank you.
On the motion, excuse me, on the motion, yes. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my concern comes from, I don't know if our attorney, Mr. Patterson, or if Mr. Mavers wants to discuss this. I know that in the meetings that we've been in weekly concerning the cannabis, there is that fine line that we have to travel that we are not targeting as the state wants to place it, a specific production or entity. So when we discuss these fees in that ad hoc committee or whatever we're called, we discussed to try to make them as high as possible to legitimately, as Councilor Morris said, to recoup our fees. We shouldn't be having to lose money to be accessing to this. But I had understood, as we discussed, that these were the numbers that we were about at where we felt comfortable that we could win with if we were tried in a court of law on any of this for trying to target them specifically. Can someone address that, please?
Councilor Perry, your statements are accurate to the extent that the purpose of raising fees would be to disincentivize or punish or otherwise express disapproval of cannabis. That would subject those fees to an attack, potentially successful in court. The fees need to be based on an evaluation of the actual expenses that are likely to be incurred by the city.
So with that being said, I think I'm back at the same. I'm in agreement. I'd love to see them to a place to where we are recouping our fees. I don't know that we're really going to know what that's going to be until we get into this process to see how much time it's going to take from staff to be able to do some of these things, but I'd like to know that staff is comfortable with getting us to that place in comparison to other governmental entities that are dealing with the same issue.
Just right off the top, last month when we approved the initial ordinance and developed Chapter 27, we specifically put a section in there on fees with the clause in there that we could revisit these fees and adjust them from time to time. At this point, we're setting a baseline fee. Once we get a couple of projects in and we see how long it takes to review them. A lot of it, though, the review time is going to depend on the quality of the project, the quality of the product that's turned in by the consultants for the developer. We are having a bit of a problem with some of our consultants, outside consultants, turning in product that is, let's say, not up to reasonable standards of care. And we are having to spend a great deal of time instructing those consultants on reasonable standards of care when they are preparing their projects. At this point, though, we can go ahead and track the actual amount of hours that it takes us to review these things, and we can come back 3 months from now, 6 months from now, at whatever time frame we feel is appropriate and say, look, we thought it was only going to take us 5 or 6 hours to review such and such. It's actually taking us 10, and we can adjust the fees at that point. Consequently, if we're getting good product in, and I actually get something, what I would really like as part of our one-stop shop that we're hoping to have, is if they follow our checklists and they bring in a good project, we can review things over the counter. And maybe it only takes an hour to put something together. We can go either direction, but at this point, an additional 20% I think is more than justifiable in my mind.
Okay. So with that, just with one more question. Like with a CUP right now, or let's just go with the simple one, a zone change application on for a beautician or something like that who's wanting to, that sometimes we see stuff like that come through. What is the zone change application fee on less than 1 acre right now or something like that?
Right now, if you look at our development fees, the CUP and the SUP are inverted.
Right.
And that's something we're correcting with this, and we will be correcting for all projects at some point in the future. Right now, our SUP review fee is $400. I believe our CUP review fee is only $200. That's the wrong direction. The SUP should be a mid-level type of approval that requires a moderate amount of additional review over and above a standard review. A CUP should require considerable review and the publication as part of the development process of conditions of approval, which set forth the development requirements for that particular project that you're putting forward. It's a considerably longer and considerably more time-consuming way of doing things. That's why you're seeing it inverted here.
So let me clarify maybe what I'm saying a little bit. If we have, as we have had in the past, I'm thinking of one in particular, someone who is in an R2 that abuts to a C1. Their property abuts to a C1. They are in a building that is okay for doctor's office or something, but they are desiring to see that whole property to be changed to C1. So they're looking for a zone change, not a CUP or an SUP necessarily, but just a zone change in general since they abut up to that. What is that fee for just a zone change right now? And I'm sorry for putting you on the spot with that.
Currently, I believe our basic zone change fee is about $400.
Okay.
It is based on an acreage requirement, and I can't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I believe that the base fee is about $400.
If that is the case, then I don't have any objections in adding a 20%, because I don't think that we're being unreasonable in expecting that. This is something new that is going to take more time, going to take more energy. There's more involved with this industry than there is a beautician or a doctor's office or a dentist, something like that. So thank you, Councilor Moore. I yield.
I have Councilor Roebuck, Councilor Moore. Oh, I have Councilor Roebuck, Councilor Orpace, and Councilor Stubbs. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, I am in support of this resolution. We simply don't know what these are going to cost, and we can't go back and say, oh, we undercharged you, let's charge more now. Certainly that we set fees on a lot of different ways. Cost recovery is one. We also set fees. I mean, we discussed earlier about how when we sell properties, we might sell property under market value, but we anticipate a return to the community. And right now, as a counselor, I don't have a lot of faith that the cannabis industry is going to be a net positive for our city, financially or otherwise. And so while we certainly don't want to be punitive, and I have no intention of being punitive with these, I also don't want to accidentally cut us short and put fees out there where I am now having taxpayers effectively supplement the cost of those people doing business, and I want to avoid that completely. And so if a 20% margin, and I appreciate you've done the best you can with your numbers. I think we just want a little more comfort that we're not going to be footing the bill for any of this. And so I think that's the 20%, and we can always go 20% and bring it down if we feel like that, wow, that was way too much. So I do appreciate where you're coming from, Mr. Mayers, but I certainly would like to support this because I don't want to spend any taxpayer money that if we can all avoid it in supporting this industry. But at the same time, we also are not trying to be punitive either. I yield.
I have Councilor Orpace and Councilor Stubbs. Councilor Orpace, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the concern of the 20%. However, I have a concern that it may look like this council is targeting the cannabis business and applying, let me say, maybe different regulations, higher fees. Because, I attended a cannabis workshop here the last week in the New Mexico Municipal League. And I think one of the main message that I walked out of from that workshop was we needed to treat all businesses the same, including the cannabis. And because we create a problem if it looks like we're going to target. And like it's been said, these aren't fees that are set in stone, because you can always go back and amend them down or amend them up or whatever. And because we haven't had this kind of business to begin with, I would rather start with the numbers that we have here and see how they work, and perhaps, I don't know, 3-4 months down the road or whatever it may be, we can come back and look at it, and if we have to up them up 20%, then, then we can go ahead and do that. Thank you.
All right. I have Councilor Roebuck, Excuse me, Counselor Stubbs, then Roebuck, then Moore. Counselor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Councilor Orpesa said basically what I was going to, and he probably said it better. So I just want to say I think it is important that we heed what we were told by the Superintendent of Regulations and Licensing, and that is, as you said, Councilor Orpesa, not to treat this any differently than we would any other business. And I want to say, too, that I think we should thank Mr. Nebb for the idea of putting all of these fees into resolution instead of attaching them to the ordinance so that they're much easier and accessible to change if, in fact, we find later down the road that we need to. Thank you.
I have Counselor Roebuck and Counselor Moore. Counselor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
On the motion.
Yes, on the motion. So, I guess the question I have is, and again, I am not at all saying I don't think these are intended to be punitive, but assuming someone did decide they were punitive in nature, which is not the intention at all, and they took us to court, I mean, the only thing that they would be fighting us about is the fee itself, correct? And then the worst thing that could happen would be that we would lose the fee. It wouldn't change any of our other regulations, assuming they thought the fee was too high. I know that's a lot to kind of, there's a lot of what ifs there, but you follow what I'm saying? What's our exposure here, really?
That is a hard to answer question on the fly. In the basic sense, you're right. That would be basically an argument that our fee structure is arbitrary and capricious if that were to be a lawsuit that someone were to bring. However, I can't predict off the top of my head. I mean, plaintiffs' attorneys are clever, and they come up with all kinds of interesting theories to bring lawsuits under, which occasionally win the days. But the essential nature of what you're talking about is an argument that administratively our fee structure is arbitrary and capricious.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I yield.
And Counselor Moore, and that depletes the list on the motion to amend. Counselor Moore.
And it wasn't to be different. It was because he said to me that it was on the low average cost. So I don't feel like we're doing it overly high by doing it 20%. And what is the difference? I'd rather start high and have to lower than to have to, this, it seems more, I don't know whatever word I want to use, to go up than it would be to go down. So I don't think 20% is something that's going to argue that we're treating them any different. And especially because he said the same fee is $400 for everybody else, so how are we treating them different? So what I think what you guys are saying is a little different than what I'm trying to say. It's not trying to because of who they are. It's because it's new. It's because it's different. So we get, this is something we've never done before. So of course the fees are not going to be the same as as she said, the beauty supply or whatever. So of course it's not because of who they are. I do have my own dwellers, but it was because he said to me that they were on the low side that I felt like we could go up by 20%, and not because I was trying to be punitive or single them out or anything like that. I think it was a place for discussion, and like you said, we were on the low average, so let's not just kind of meet right there. And I still felt like 20% wasn't a whole lot, but that's just, I yield.
All right, at this point, I have no one on my list to speak on the motion to amend. I will call for a roll call vote. A yes or aye approves the motion to amend the fees, increasing them by 20%. A no or nay rejects the increase. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Counselor Moore? Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Stubbs?
No.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
6-3 passes.
We are now on an amended Resolution 21-59. Is there further debate on the resolution as amended? Hearing none, I will now ask for a voice vote on the resolution as amended. A yes or aye approves approves the resolution as amended, a no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor of Resolution 21-59 as amended signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
And the vote is, all right, Counselor Sanchez, again, you are verbally saying no, but you have pushed the yes button. You want to say no?
No.
All right. So we have an 8-2 on Resolution 7-2. Excuse me, you're correct. All right, we're now moving on to item number 18. Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me get to the right page. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make a motion I think the way I need to make this is make a motion that we approve, and then I need to change some language, if you give me
Okay.
the opportunity to say so. So I make a motion as recommended by the Finance Committee in 3-0 vote that we approve Resolution 21-60, which is certifies the correctness of physical inventory of assets for fiscal year 2021.
All right, I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Foster to approve Resolution 21-60. Counselor Perry, you have the floor still.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our attorney, while looking at this, saw that there was a need for correction in here. The resolution, as you see currently, reads that it is a resolution of the City of Roswell, New Mexico, authorizing the certification of. We need to strike the words authorizing the certification of and insert the words certifying the. We're not authorizing anything, we're certifying. So it should read a resolution of the City of Roswell, New Mexico, certifying the correctness of the fiscal inventory of assets for fiscal year 2021. Also, and the now therefore be it resolved that the City Council, as the governing body of the City of Roswell, New Mexico, hereby authorizes, strike the word authorizes, insert the word certifies. We hereby certifies the correctness of the fiscal inventory.
All right, Ms. Call, are you comfortable that you understand the verbiage that to be utilized for the actual action?
Yes.
So unless there is an objection, we will be acting upon the version as corrected by Counselor Perry. Mr. Patterson, are you comfortable with that verbiage I just said?
Yes.
All right. Sorry, Ms. Garcia.
We're good. Thank you.
Go ahead and tell us your side of it.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I'm here to present Resolution 2160, Certification of Correctness of Physical Inventory of Assets for Fiscal Year 2021. This is a housekeeping item. This is a requirement by the State of New Mexico, the State Auditor's Office. Subsection A of Section 12-6-10 NMSA requires that at the end of each fiscal year, local governments conduct a physical inventory of its assets. There's also the requirement that the results be recorded in a written inventory report. This also requires that the governing bodies certify the correctness of physical inventory of assets. I stand for any questions.
All right. Any questions, councilors, on Resolution 21-60 as corrected? Seeing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves Resolution 21-60 as corrected. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, it passes 9-0. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Garcia. Next up is item number 19, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the recommendation of the Cannabis Steering Committee and the Council Legal Committee that I move to approve to advertise to hold a public hearing at the October 14th, 2021 regular council meeting and vote on proposed ordinance 21-10, amending Chapter 27 of the Roswell City Code.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Perry to authorize for advertisement, council, for a future public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-10. Mr.
Mayor?
Mavers.
Nope,
Good evening
not
again,
yet.
Mr. Mayor and council members.
I'm sorry, did you? I'm sorry? Oh, you want to make a, all right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, we had a script. Mr. Mayor, please forgive me for this, but at the recommendation of the Cannabis Steering Committee, I move to amend the motion to advertise the amended proposed ordinance 21-10 that's dated 9/9/21, which includes additions to the amendment.
All right, is that the packet that was passed out?
Yes, sir.
All right, we are on a motion to amend. All right, I'm going to say this because I'm tired and it's late. And Mr. Nebb, I'm tired of us having to correct stuff in the middle of a council meeting. We will not be doing this. We're not going to do resolutions on the fly. We're not going to be redoing proposed ordinances. We're going to have it right when it goes out in the packet, and we are not going to have to redo it. Mr. Nebb, is there any question about that?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Mavers, let's get this right the first time.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor and council members, in our ongoing attempt to stay one step ahead of the implementation schedule of the state's...
Hang on. No, we're not voting on the amendment because we've not gotten the presentation on the underlying matter. This is the presentation on the whole issue. Then we will vote on the motion to amend. Yes. Yes. All right. So this is why we have the need for stuff to be clear from the get-go so we don't have these confusions. We are now getting an overview on the proposed ordinance 2110. Then we'll discuss the amendment. Then we will discuss whether or not the amendment passes. All right, Mr. Mavers, continue.
Mr. Mayor and council members, again, in our attempt to stay one step ahead of the state's implementation schedule, we are proposing amendment number 1 to the Chapter 27 of the Roswell City Code relating to cannabis. Proposed ordinance 2110 as amendment number 1 creates and enhances a number of the sections that were left as reserved in the original ordinance. Predominantly consists of sections related to procedures applying to locate a cannabis establishment within city boundaries. We have taken an incremental approach to developing the overall ordinance because city staff, of course, is still awaiting information and updates to the processing of cannabis applications from the state of New Mexico. Okay. Again, to ensure sufficient staff analysis and due diligence is conducted on the projects related to cannabis to protect public health, safety, and welfare, Amendment 1 to Chapter 27 proposes some of the following. The applications of all types of cannabis projects initially to be filed with the Community Development Department. Approved applications shall then be considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then the Planning and Zoning Commission shall consider applications and make recommendations to the City Council, which has final authority on any projects related to cannabis. The Legal Committee did review and the proposed ordinance and recommended 4-0, the approval to advertise to hold a public hearing and vote on ordinance 21-10, which will amend Chapter 27 of the Roswell Municipal Code.
We are on a motion to amend. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just so I can understand, so that what the motion amend will do is all these changes will become official changes, and then I guess when we're actually debating this, then we can amend it again if we want to, correct?
That's Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, so, well, and There are changes that are in red that were recommended by the
Sure.
legal committee. Those have already been recommended. What
Right.
Counselor Stubbs is moving to amend right now are the changes in blue.
Sure.
And once you vote first on that amendment, then all
Right.
of that becomes part of the document and
Right.
you can move forward.
And,
Yeah.
but if I have an objection to the changes in blue, I can simply.
Vote against.
Or I can debate it during the, which I think would have been a more appropriate time for the amendment, but
Yes,
that's
yeah.
fine. I can
Yeah.
debate it then. That's all I was trying to
Or you could
clarify.
move to amend the amendment.
No, stop that, stop that.
You can.
Stop that, thank you.
Yes, let's not go there. I have Counselor Perry and Counselor Stubbs. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
I want to preface what I'm going to say here by the fact that I don't want us to lose sight that government is it's an ever-changing thing, okay? I think we as a governing body need to be very cautious in recognizing I'm not going to be put in a corner by anyone of not being able to make any amendments or an amendment to an amendment. I've made amendments to the amendment before. I've done that before, which can be done. I think we have to be very cautious that we are not backed into a corner of not being able to allow this to become what it needs to be. Part of the American experience, part of the democratic system that we have is the ability to debate these things openly before the people. I assure you that as the steering committee continues their work, which I'm very grateful to the input that we've had from Mr. Matthews, the input we've had from Mr. Mavers, from all of these, from our attorney, from Counselor Best, Counselor Stubbs. I assure you that probably before this gets to us next time, we're going to see the need of some more things that we have. If we wait until we have a perfect document to present to council, this is going to far exceeding pass us up, and we're going to have stuff in our community that have no regulation. We have to be very careful, and I just want to caution us that at any time, I want to be able to, as a member of this body, to be able to make amendments in such a case. With that being said, part of the reason that this comes to you later than maybe what we would have liked to have had is Councilor Pace and myself, we sat through, he and I were together in this workshop on cannabis, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor Orpesa, we sat through the workshop on cannabis while Councilor Stubbs and our city manager and Juan Fuentes were presenting to other governing members, body members in another area for the Municipal League Conference last week in Albuquerque. And as we listened to the superintendent and the lobbyist for the Municipal League and our Municipal League executive director, we found out that schools are not defined. Yet schools are the only thing that they've allowed there to be a distance between, a 300-foot distance between. That's the only thing. They didn't put that on churches. They didn't put that on other things. Schools and daycares were the two things that they did. However, the one area that the superintendent, we were all a little frustrated, I think, in the meeting, one area of hope that the superintendent gave, at least that I understood, and Councilor Pesa can maybe clarify even better, is that she said, now, the state has not defined the word school. She said she highly encouraged us, I hope I'm correct, as municipalities to consider defining such a thing in a way that we feel is protecting. Now, I came with a definition of Mr. Mavers, which was the Merriam-Webster definition for school, and as I pull it up here in my notes here that I had given him, I'm not going to be able to find it right off, which is okay. An organization which provides instruction. That could be a driving school. It's an organization that provides instruction, which we have on right off Main Street, right there. A good, so these kind of things needed to be defined. They need to be defined sooner than later, so that's a reason that we have changes within this. It's to better protect our community, not to cause any kind of confusion. So I just want to encourage us as we look at this today. These are good amendments that I think are good for our community, and that can help us as we move forward with this. I yield.
All right,
Counselors, let me reiterate. The only action we're taking is authorization to advertise. We are not debating or acting upon this ordinance tonight. We are simply deciding whether or not we're going to authorize an advertisement. The motion before us is to amend what we are going to advertise. In other words, this version here that was handed out this evening is what we are debating, whether we will agree that that is the item that we would subsequently say yes or no on an authorization to advertise. So we are still simply on the motion to amend. Counselor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't mean to belabor this, but I do want to reiterate what others have said. And basically, the information is coming in almost daily as to what we should be doing. And the steering committee that we've put together is meeting every week, and we have been for 8 or 9 weeks and will continue to do so. So we're spending a lot of time on this and trying very hard to bring as updated information as we possibly can. So, so please take into consideration that we aren't trying to make this harder or mess it up or whatever. We're trying to get it right and getting as much information into our code as quickly as possible. Thank you.
I have no one else on my list. We will now vote on the motion to amend. A yes or aye approves the amendment as presented and as you have in the hard copy in front of you. A no or nay rejects the motion to amend. This will be a voice vote. Once again, a yes or aye approves the amendment. A no or nay rejects the amendment. This is not final action. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
All right, I have, let me see what we got here. We have I have Counselor Sanchez again. You pushed the yes button, and I heard a verbal no. So, Ms. Call, do we have a 6-3?
That is correct, we do.
So the motion to amend did pass 6-3. We are now on an amended proposed ordinance 2110, and the action is authorization to advertise, only authorization to advertise on the amended proposed ordinance. Any further debate or discussion? Therefore, seeing none, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye authorizes the advertisement for a future public hearing and vote on proposed ordinance 21-10. A no or nay rejects that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. And the vote is, I heard a verbal no from Counselor Sanchez. However, the yes button was pushed. So,
Counselor Sanchez, is that a no?
Counselor, when you voted a yes, but I heard a verbal no from you. So you need to tell us whether it's a yes or a no. It will stand as a yes vote.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is item number 20, Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I make a motion that we approve Mayor Ken Tye's recommendation for the Parks and Recreation Commission vacancy to Becky Robertson.
All
Good
right,
evening.
Mr. Patterson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Oh, by the way, I have a motion by Councilor Perry, second by Councilor Roebuck to approve the nomination of Ms. Becky Robertson. Go ahead.
We are asking you to vote to approve the mayor's recommendation of Becky Robertson to fill a partial term ending March 31st, 2024. She will be replacing Megan Patterson, who resigned back in May. And that's all I have. Thank you, and I stand for any questions.
Any questions on this one? Councilor Perry.
Just one question. As I read in the abstract, the board consists of 7 members, which 1 member shall be from the Roswell Independent School Board, who shall be nominated by the RISD board. This member shall serve during their term in office. So is this one that was recommended by the RSD?
Correct. No, this person is not. James Edwards currently is the member from RISD.
Right.
Okay, that was just confusing why it was in the, I apologize. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? I'm going to take an opportunity here, which I rarely do on these. I will openly and publicly say that I consider Ms. Becky Robertson one of the finest coaches this community has ever seen. My youngest daughter had the privilege of playing on the Goddard High School golf team when Ms. Robertson was the head coach, in which they won 8 consecutive state championships in their level of play. She is a gracious lady and was an incredible positive influence, not just on my daughter, but many young women. So I am thrilled to death to see her continue to serve this community. And at this point, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the nomination of Ms. Robertson. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Seeing none, hearing none, passes 9-0. Next up, item number 21. Now, we're going to attempt something a little different here, and we will see how this works out. So, Mr. Nebb, you want to kind of be the adult in the room while we try this?
Yes, sir. I'll try.
Okay.
But yes, Mayor, City Council, we're going to talk about the wayfinding design concepts and phases. We have Ms. Jennings on GoToMeetings. She's going to do the report. I will play Vanna White in order to keep the slides moving and everything. So, Juanita, can you hear us?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Joe, thank you for being there to do the slides. Also on our GoToMeeting this evening, I have Amy Bell with Groundwork Studios and Eli from Alta. They may chime in to answer any questions that the council may have. Tonight, I'm here to represent 2 action items. This first one being consideration and approval for the design concepts and phase intent to submit to fabrication and installation of our wayfinding system project 2.0. 2.0 will include public parking in the downtown district. It will include planetarium and bus and transit systems, Roswell Air Center, wayfinding, and other city amenities throughout Roswell. A little bit of background before we begin the design presentation is back in 2016, the wayfinding master plan was conducted. With that plan, 5 entryway signs were designed and installed throughout our cities at the entry points. Concepts for downtown wayfinding was also developed, but it had kind of had a little bit of a pause for a couple of years. However, last June, we did install 12 wayfinding downtown signs in that district. This is the next extension and the next phase where we came up with the design that integrated the new branding model and also included the items such as public parking, Roswell Air Center, and also a phased approach of where these will be located. So as I take you through this presentation, Joe, if you'll go to the first slide, what you're going to see is kind of the purpose and the plan of Wayfinding 2.0. We designed a system of signs to guide travelers to our key public destinations. We wanted a universal and cohesive design, and we wanted a plan that was implementable, meaning it's not going to sit on the shelf for years and years. Next slide, please. In our committee meetings, you will see hopefully on your slide, on your screen, this is our project committee. We had Mr. Mavers from Community Development, our graphic designer, Mr. Nahar from City Engineering. We included museum and transit and zoo, as well as the Air Center. What we did is we looked at all of the current sign inventory and we did an evaluation. Additionally, Groundwork Studios and Alta, they did a visual preference survey at a project committee meeting held on May 5th, as well as an online survey for the public to participate. Unfortunately, we only had about 34 public participants that provided input. However, with the 34 that did provide input, I think they did a really good job at identifying some key information to create the designs. Next slide, please. With that, we also wanted to look at primary destinations, so destinations and route determination. You'll see on this slide, this is our primary destination phase of where we think we need the most signage. In your packet and in your plan, you'll see that the blue is considered for phase 1, and then the pink is considered for phase 2. Next slide, please. The key principles of wayfinding. We want to connect places. We want to keep information simple. We want it to be predictable. We want to promote active travel and, of course, maintain motion of our visitors. Next slide. Wayfinding elements. With this, we also included a gateway monument that you'll see in this presentation, as well as informational kiosks. The most important thing is we wanted to have decision signs, turn signs, and confirmation signs. We did an assessment, and I was very thankful to Mr. Nahar and Amy Bell for coming down to Roswell and driving our community, looking at where these were going to be placed, and really helping us determine a great placement plan that was navigational for our people that are coming to our community that are not familiar with where the Spring River Zoo is, or where the Nancy Lopez Golf Course is, or where Spring River Trail is. To us, we know where all of those things are, but to an outsider coming in, they need these decision signs, the turn signs, and then most importantly, and one thing that came through this presentation was those vehicular navigational elements that you're going to see through the parking medallion, and then of course the fingerboards. Next slide, please. So with that, this was the design concept that came out of those meetings that we've had over the last year. This was a project through an RFP process. I just spoke of the medallion. This is again due to our current model of the R, and thank you, Mr. Conley, if he's still in the room, for that nice comment earlier. One of the survey questions that was out there was asking about descriptors. What does this community think of as when they think of the wayfinding? Some of the key terms were exciting, modern, family fun, vibrant, urban, upcycle, and weathered metal. Some other questions that were asked throughout that helped us determine what this model looks like. Next slide, please. This one is a vehicular navigational element. You're going to see this as one of our gateway monument signs. Next slide. These items on this next slide, you'll see at the very bottom some decision-making slides, a turn slide, a confirmation sign, and then of course your arrival. With this, you'll notice that some of the colors within this palette fit our new branding and style marketing guide for our new logo. And on the next slide, if you'll click to the next one, Mr. Neb, you'll also notice that we have included a destination arrival kiosk. And what that means is we would like to have a digital kiosk within our community that we can change and update with updating events or things that are happening around town in the first phase. Next slide, please. These are other navigational elements. In the very first picture and image that you should be seeing on your screen are the fingerboards. You'll also see some pedestrian information. And I know that I'm not doing this presentation justice because Eli was phenomenal explaining it. But one of the things that I want to point out is that pedestrian destination arrival kiosk. You'll notice that it has a slight tilt, almost like a saucer. And this was something that we came up with that can tie into the alien but not be too much. Also on this slide, you're going to see a bus stop navigational sign. This is different, and I hope you can see the difference on your screen in the color and in the little medallion of a bus. We want to identify our bus stops for public transportation in a little bit different manner, but still part of the system and the family of the wayfinding plan. So this one has a little bus medallion, and our goal is to have each of our bus stops numbered. And at the very bottom, and I don't know if you can see it on your screen, but there's what we call a QR code. A person standing at a bus stop would be able to scan the QR code on their mobile device, and what would pop up would be the next available bus with their time of when it should be arriving at that bus stop destination. Next slide, Mr. Neb. The last part, and probably the most important, one that maybe was talked about in the 2016 plan but never really nailed down, was the sign placement. It's great to have a plan, to have a design, but if we don't know how we're going to use this design or how we're going to get people where they need to go, this piece is probably the most crucial. So sign placement, we looked at sequencing, we looked at general placement of what we had, we looked at what we have now that maybe needs to be replaced or maybe needs to be simplified. So you're going to see throughout this how we met that criteria of placement. And so, Mr. Neb, if you'll go to the next slide. When we talked about phasing, we talked about sign type. So the arrival, confirmation, a decision, a fingerboard, again, some of those slides that you saw earlier, a digital kiosk, and then of course that great monument sign. And I know that I went really quickly through that monument sign. That monument sign is to be kind of like that Las Vegas, welcome to Las Vegas sign. And we've included that in phase 1 of this design request. You'll see on this slide right here, we have the sign type, the phase of the placement, and then the total number of signage. You'll notice that we have 2 phases for this Wayfinding 2.0. Tonight, we're here to ask your consideration and approval for the design and the phasing placement in this action item. And then in the next one, I would like to ask and request your approval for only phase 1 funding. With that, I will stand for any questions, Mr. Neb. You can go to the next slide so they can see what phase 1 placement will look like. And I also, again, just want to remind you that I do have Amy Bell and Eli on the phone through GoTo if you have any questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Neb, Ms. Jennings, do we have additional presentation regarding the approval of the cost estimate?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and go through the whole package and then come back, because Councilor Perry very properly pointed out to me, we don't actually have a motion yet, but I want us to get the whole package, even though we have 2 separate items to act upon. So continue on with the overall, and we'll come back with the actions, the motions to act. All right, Ms. Jennings, you have the floor again.
Okay, Mr. Neb, you're going to need to click 2 more slides. You should see on your screen, counselors and Mayor Kintai, a cost estimate. This is the second action item. In phase one, there are 72 signs that we would like to have installed. The estimated cost is $210,000 with an optional monument sign in the amount of $130,000. A total request of $340,000 as an estimate. The reason we are asking you for this estimate is because it will then allow us to go out and get a fabricator and installers to either bid on this project through an RFP process or to utilize them through CES services. Groundwork Studios and Alta did get quotes for us as part of their current RFP with us, and you can see on your slide some of the fabricators and installers that they have reached out to that provided these estimated costs for phase one. And I will stand for any questions.
All right. Now, I have some people wishing to speak on this. I'm going to go ahead and ask Councilor Perry to go ahead and make a formal motion on item number 21, Counselor, if you want to verbalize that, and then we'll take action after discussion, and we'll come back to item 22. So, Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Though I do not represent the Infrastructure Committee, I will make statement that the Infrastructure Committee did recommend 3-0 for the approval at their meeting on August 23rd, and the Finance Committee recommended 3-0 the approval of this at the meeting on August the 30th. With that being said, I make a motion that we approve the design concepts and phases intent to submit for fabrication and installation for the City of Roswell Wayfinding System Project 2.0 that will include public parking, planetarium, bus transit systems, and other city amenities throughout the City of Roswell.
All right, I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Foster to approve the design concept and phases for City of Roswell Wayfinding System Project 2.0. On that, I have Councilor Roebuck and Councilor Best. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These meetings are such emotional roller coasters, aren't they? I am so thrilled with this. I can't tell you how happy this makes me. The quality of the work with this. What was it? 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, we rolled out the logo, and Juanita and her team have done such a great job implementing that everywhere. It's on my shirt, not intentionally tonight. I didn't wear it because of this presentation, but it's on the wall behind us. This logo has really come to represent our city, and it's a powerful, strong logo. And I think it's got a lot of life. It's well done, and I love taking something that's good and investing more into that. And so I'm thrilled with this. From my experience in the marketing world, this stuff is just spot on. Our consultants did a fantastic job, in my opinion, of really kind of going through and processing this. And again, I really also appreciate staff's overall vision of, hey, let's not just make master plans, let's make plans and be ready to execute. So A+, couldn't be happier. I yield.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm just having a hard time right now. What did he do with the real Jacob Roebuck? It's late. Councilor
I
Best,
don't
you
know,
have the
but don't
floor.
bring the other one back. Leave us with, I'm kidding.
Councilor Best, you have the floor.
I drove by a bus stop the other day across from the Institute, and the solar lights were on inside the bus stop, and I really appreciate that it's lighting it up. Do any of these signs have lighting? After all this money you're going to put into that, are there any solar panels on the offset saucer, quote unquote, that's on top of them? Is there any lighting? Because we do have tourists that wander around out at night, even though our shops aren't open, which they should be if we're going to be a tourist town, but that's another issue. So are there any lights on any of these wayfinding signs?
Counselor Best, I know that some of the designs do have some illumination. I'm going to see if I can turn this over to Eli or Amy and have them walk you through some of the ideas. I know for sure the monument sign, the Grandioso monument sign does. It would light up and beam, have that kind of experience of beaming them up. I know for the bus stops and the reflections with the DOT, I know that is there, but I really would love if we can get them on Eli or Amy. And thank you for that comment about the bus stop across from NEMI. For those that don't know, that was funded through a grant with the New Mexico Tourism Department's Clean and Beautiful program last fiscal year. On a side note. So Amy and Eli, are you able to connect?
They're on GoTo on the public section.
Can you hear us okay,
Yes.
Juanita? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you're coming through loud and clear.
Hooray. Well, thanks so much for having us join you tonight, Mr. Mayor and councilors. And I think it's a great question about the lighting. And I'll probably defer here to Eli for more detail. But my understanding with these designs is that lighting is certainly an option and clearly something that makes a lot of sense for a lot of them so that they are visible when people need to see them. That is something that we would want to work with the fabricators, to make sure that was included in the cost. I think there may have been some assumptions made about, sort of a certain percentage of the signs having lighting included. But Eli, do you want to add anything to that?
Sure. I mean, I definitely take your point about the bus stop sign in particular being lit. In this conceptual design package, that's, as you can see, there aren't solar panels coming off of that sign or any of them. I think it's a great idea, but it's not accounted for in the cost that you're seeing here. We do, also we do try to be cognizant of cost and try to co-locate signs that will be used at night with street lighting. And so that's one way that, that we consider that there's a cost savings there. But, again, we'd certainly be happy to work with the fabricator. It would be an additional cost in addition to the estimates that you've seen. It wasn't, it's not in our package.
So within this package, there is no lighting even on your monument, the big sign. If Joe, you'll go back to the one that's supposedly beaming you up. There you go. There's no lighting on that one. And the next question is for Juanita. Are we taking this sign here and replacing all the signs that we already have put out there at all four corners of Roswell?
Unfortunately, in this phase, no. This would be an additional, what we're calling kind of a big gateway monument sign. In phase one, we do have a location in mind of where to put that. There's two different options. One of them would be over by the Air Center as people are getting off a plane and departing or coming in. The other alternative option would be on 2nd Street. And I like that option a little bit more only because we can get some of that traffic from Texas to and from Ruidoso, to and from, it's just a great highway. Utilizing this sign, and my intent would be that once we did work with the fabricators, I would want to have lighting. It would add to it. Also, we plan to have different hashtags and slogans that would give us value added social exposure, whether that's on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, even TikTok and Snapchat.
So is this going to take away from the signs that are already on East 2nd and West 2nd? Are you putting it in just one place, which would be on East 2nd? Or are we going to put it right in the middle of 285 and 370? Just right in the middle of the intersection?
That would be something that we would need to work with the Department of Transportation on. Of course, we want to have it where people can veer off, get out of their car. I see it as in addition to. Eventually, I think in time, it could be a sign that is phased out for all of our entryway signs. Because this one is much, much greater. It's larger, taller. and just, I believe, a better value add for the city as a whole.
So I'm kind of having a wee bit of an issue because the $600,000 that we've spent on these 4 signs already that have only been up maybe 3 years, 4 years at the most, are just old, kind of like me, just ready to go away and all of that? Or what is the concept? Are we replacing these signs coming into Roswell?
Not at this time. So, and the current entryway signs, I'm not sure where the 600,000 number came from, but my understanding is the current entryway signs were about $56,000 a piece, totaling about 280,000. And that is the reason why we are not replacing them currently. We're just adding to our current system that we already have by adding one monumental sign that ties into our new brand.
So that was a misconception on the 600,000 that I got back 5 years ago when we put these in. Is this money coming out of lodger's tax too, or is this a grant? And have we even thought of going to Excel and getting them to jump on this lighting with us? Because we seem to always let money lay in the road instead of jumping to it.
I believe the funding would be coming out of the general fund, and also part of one of the things that you will see, or you saw earlier, is that we did have it in the capital investment plan that you guys were looking at a little bit earlier.
I yield.
All right, I have, okay, Counselor Kennard and then Counselor Perry. Counselor Kennard.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I just want to say I really like the innovative, I'm sorry, I'm probably tired just like you guys, so I'm trying to make sense. I think that this is a good thing. I sure would hate to have to replace all 4 signs all around town. However, I just wanted to mention, would it be possible that this is something that could go into Pioneer Plaza, where people that are walking could stop and take a photo as they're going through downtown? Or, you know, I don't know. I just feel like maybe on that property where the Roswell store is, this would be a good addition. Just my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Counselor Perry and Counselor Foster. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just by start off by saying, at no time in any presentation have I seen has there been any communication or thoughts to remove any of the signs that welcome people into Roswell. I don't want for any of our constituents to think that 4 years later, 5 years later, we're ready to scratch something. I travel the road quite a bit. I see people pulled over all the time getting their pictures made with those. I have seen a lot of Facebook posts. Is that me on my?
No.
Okay.
We're getting some noise.
Okay.
I mean, see if we can quell one of those.
With that being said, I don't think there's any thought process, so I want to knock down any kind of rumor mill that we're going to be getting rid of any of those signs. My concern comes with one thing and one thing only, and that's the monument sign. Well, I have 2 concerns. Let's talk about the monument sign. Something like this, I think that it's been proven. I think we've seen. I think when all of us travel and we find these opportunities, we pull our vehicles over and we get our pictures made. My wife and I travel around the world. We go to cities that have their name out and big, metal or different things or mosaics, and you get your picture made next to it. Everybody goes to Disney World, you get your picture made in front of the Mickey Mouse and the flowers. It's something that everyone does. I think that a monument sign is beautiful. I have reservations, as I have shared before, with current consideration of placement. So that is a reservation that I have. My second reservation, I guess I would like some answers. I know I spoke with, and please forgive me if I get your name wrong, is it Amy? Is that correct?
There is an Amy, yes.
Okay. I spoke with Amy. She was very gracious to take a phone call from myself and Juanita, I guess about a week ago, and took time out of her busy schedule to talk to us to help me better understand some clarification on where these signs will be. May I just ask, let me start with Juanita or Joe. By the passing of this, are we approving the sites where they are potentially within our packet to be? Or is that something for later down the road? Or we just...
Juanita, do you want to try to answer that? I do know that when you look back on the phasing signs and where these dots are, for all of the wayfinding signage, we have tentative locations identified on the mapping. I think the only sign that, with what Ms. Jennings has talked about, was the final location of the monument sign. There were at least 2 options that they had considered already. So, Juanita, I believe that the monument sign has not been determined as to a final location. Is that correct?
That is correct. We did put it into the presentation as a location, but with all of these signs, we want you guys as the council to have the opportunity, if you don't like the location based on the research that was done by Mr. Nahar and Ms. Bell, I don't want that to be something that hangs you up on not approving this tonight. Please know that this is just the design and placement intent to make it the most beneficial to navigate our tourists and visitors around.
So, Counselor, I would say that the monument sign, we can hold and have further discussion on a final location of that one. I would state that most of the wayfinding signage for directional and everything, we're going to be in that proximate area anyway, because we're trying to point somebody some direction.
So with that being said, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Nebb, I for sure don't want to be in the business on this council of trying to tell Mr. Nahar or the professionals who have looked at this as to where these need to go. They've looked at it. They're the experts. They know that's what we've paid them to do. My concern and reservation is, do we have an approval from DOT, from the Highway Department, on these that are going to be 2nd Street, Main Street corridor? That's my concern and reservation. I sure don't want to get into another situation. Our 4 signs that we currently have, I know some of those did not get where we were hoping for them to go. So I would just sort of like some clarification. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but if we could talk about that, it would help me.
Councilor Perry, that's what I get paid for. We would still have to go to New Mexico DOT once we have the final locations and your blessing. The other thing I want to reemphasize is we want to have the mock-ups, the smaller scales. We want to see them, how big they're going to be, what kind of support they're going to have. Once we have those more finite details, and then we can show you guys what they look like in more real life, then I can get with the DOT and say, hey, here's what it's going to be. But DOT has to be part of the process to make sure that we get them okayed, but that's going to be part of the process that I'll be dealing with as long as the surroundings. I hope that answers your question.
It answers my question. I guess I just would like an assurance from staff that that will come back to the council, and because I would like to see those before.
As I understand, you're going to approve the concept. You're going to approve the funding. We're going to do mock-ups. And yes, council's still going to be involved in everything else.
All right.
This is just to keep the ball rolling.
And we sure need the ball rolling. We've been talking about this since 2010. So thank you for y'all getting on the ball.
Juanita, do you agree too, don't you?
Yes, that is the plan and the intent, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have Counselor Foster and Counselor Moore. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things on the original 5 was that I think we had approved up to 600,000. It didn't cost that, and so that's why the 600,000 stuck. But yeah, I think it was around 280,000 that it actually cost us for those. And I really do like the monument sign. And my only drawback right now, and that's really going to go to 22, is when we go to fund it. I was under the impression we were using lodger's tax funding for this. And so, but that I'll hold for 22. So Thank you. I yield.
I have Counselor Moore, and that exhausts my list. Counselor?
My question is about, I guess, aren't we doing 21 and 22 together?
We're going to do 21. After we act on that, we will have a separate motion and
Or
vote
just for
on.
the vote, but we're having the conversation together.
Correct.
Okay.
Just
my-
so that you can answer all the
Yeah,
questions
all
at one
at
time.
So that's why, because kind of the funding, and my concern is about lighting, like she was saying, is that we, 340,000, and we didn't consider a light on any street anywhere. I mean, any of those, 70 signs or whatever, and we didn't consider lighting. I struggle with understanding that, and all the streets are not going to be on a street corner where there's a light. So I struggle with that, and if we can't come back and put the light in if we're already doing the money for it. So that's my concern. We're doing the 340,000, and if there's no, I guess some of the placement, like I heard somebody saying they'll be close to some lights, but what about those that will not? And if we were already doing the money for it and there's not even considered, I'm kind of concerned at how much that would change the funding, the money that we're allotting for that right now. And so I'm kind of concerned with that. And I, too, about the largest tax, that takes all that coming out of general funds, general is kind of concerning to me. But other than that, I think we should review somewhere with this light before you decide on a final mock-up or whatever. I love the design. I love the modernness. I love all that she's done so much work, and I appreciate that. I love the QR code on the bus stops. That's going to be awesome except for the blind people, they won't know it's there. But the design is amazing, and I really appreciate your hard work, Juanita. But I just think we should look somewhere into this, into the lighting factor for some of these 100 signs that we're putting out.
And Mayor, Counselor, we can go a little bit deeper into that. Now, if you look at some of the signage, and we have to really remember what the signage is for as well too. Is it pedestrian? Is it vehicular? We are already using reflective material on that, but like the sign that's all the way over, the second one from the right that has the shield on the top, it's simple enough to put a solar light within those kind of structures as well too. I would assume that even with the bus stops, because we are utilizing these newer bus stops with covers, and of course the one over here by NIMI has the lighting on it already, we can transpose that light from that location to the signage as well too. So it's really going to be a lot with where the signs are located, and then which type of traveler or vehicle or pedestrian, what are we trying to move people for? So I don't know if, Juanita, if you want to add in?
Yes, if you don't mind. Councilor Moore and other members of the council and mayor. So the cost estimate that you guys see here tonight is just that. It's a cost estimate. What that allows us to do is then take it to the fabricator and installers to look at materials, how, what Louis was talking about as far as the mock-up, but it gives us that starting point to either start the RFP process to find a fabricator and installer, or utilize a CES vendor, so that we have a starting point of what our budget is basically to get the scope of work done. And then we can start adding in those elements of lighting and things like that. And as Mr. Nebb alluded to, most of them are having that reflective model. As far as the funding source is coming from, or is being requested to come from, the General Services Cash Balance Fund, because the Lodgers Tax Fund currently, as you guys are well aware, we have not hit the 70% occupancy consistently. The month of July of this year was the first time in 19 months that we actually hit a 70% occupancy in collections.
Are you?
All right, I have Counselor Roebuck and then Counselor Perry, and that exhausts my list. Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Something along to the cost of this. Number one, I assume that this is going to give us a starting point. We're still going to have to go through a budget adjustment, all that stuff. So there'll be checks and balances on this project. So, but speaking to the investment we're talking about here is, if let's just say it's in that area. Well, the amount that this is going to help get people to the museum, the amount that's going to help get people to the zoo, not to mention how it helps just all of our other tourism in general. But even if you just take those numbers, and I don't have time to do the quick math here, but you can imagine if you're increasing your attendance by 10, 15%, those signs are going to pay for themselves in short order. And it's really from an advertising standpoint, this is the cheapest advertising you can buy. It doesn't get any cheaper than putting up a sign on your own property that you don't have you're not paying a billboard company or anything like that. This is great advertising investment for our museum, for our zoo, that we're putting all these other big investments into. This is just a small investment to make sure we're getting people to those. So the cost doesn't scare me at all. We're going to make that money back easy. I yield.
I have Counselor Perry, and that exhausts my list. Counselor Perry?
Believe it or not, very quickly, just to say, I just want to reemphasize, much of this is going to be reflective. Stop signs are not lit up. Speed limit signs, for the most part, are not lit up. Those kind of things because of the reflective material. And a lot of these things, like golf course, if it's a sign for the outside of the golf course, they're not open at night. The zoos, different things like that. So keep in mind, I really just want to emphasize that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Counselor. All right. I have no one else on my list. We're going to, at this point, vote on whether we approve of the design concept and phases. Now, understand, this is not on the funding side. This is the first item, item 21, simply saying yes to the design and to the concept of the phasing as presented. A yes or aye approves that. A no or nay rejects the design and the phasing. Once again, a yes or aye approves design and phasing. No or nay rejects. This will be a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed,
Aye.
please say nay.
I'm aye with reservations.
Okay, we'll explain your vote type thing, right?
Yep.
Okay. I have a 9-0. Counselor Best.
So we're always starting projects, as Councilor Orpesa says, and we have great ideas to put lights on these and continue on and so forth. That's not even in phase 2. I understand the lodging tax, lodger's tax is not there. I get that. I would like to put it over to lodger's tax when we start ramping up to 100. I have a lot of reservations about taking it out of the general fund when the public is having problems with the roads, so forth and so on. I understand our tourists need to know where to go. We have some wayfinding signs out there if you look around, and you can find them because they're kind of hid behind other signs and so forth. So I don't know if these are going to be in the middle of the sidewalk or somewhere where you can see them. I'll say yes with big reservations. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go on to item 22, but at this point, I'd like to get a little more clarification before we actually make a motion. Because, to be candid with you, Mr. Neb and Mr. Fuentes, this one strikes me as a bit odd. This is not a budget adjustment. We're approving cost estimates, so I guess what I'm really asking is, what are we really doing here? Before Councilor Perry has to make a motion, are we setting aside funding, or are we saying we will seek RFPs up to this amount? You know what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, and I'm hoping somebody will butt in and help me, but.
That was my job to help you.
Because I think Councilor Roebuck said it as well, too, is that we will need to come back to the city council for a budget adjustment. So in my interpretation with this is that we are establishing an expected price or an estimate in order to start with what Mr. Nahar talked about, the fabrication of the smaller units. Is that correct, anybody?
Well, and if I may, Mr. Mayor and Councilor, so as we have done with other projects that we have presented to you all, that we bring forward the item, and some of them are actual cost estimates for whether it's the purchase of a bus or one of the pieces of equipment, and then, of course, knowing that that item will be required a budget adjustment. So what's being presented here is, of course, a cost estimate. If the council approves the cost estimate, then that is the up to amount that we will then move forward with getting the actual price quotes for those items. Of course, being that that is not a budgeted item at this time, we'll have to come back at a later date, but at least the authorization has already been given to staff to proceed forward. And we've done that in other items just recently for some of the other capital purchases.
Okay. All right. Now, having said that, Councilor Perry, you ready to make a motion? Because we're going to have some councilors who want to discuss this. So at this point, if you don't mind making a motion on item number 22.
There we go. Let's make sure I could press the button. Again, though I'm not part of infrastructure, I do want to reiterate that the Infrastructure Committee recommended 3-0, and also the Finance Committee recommended on a vote of 3-0 to recommend to full council the approval of the cost estimates for the fabrication and installation for the City of Roswell Wayfinding City System 2.0 that will include public parking, planetarium, bus transit systems, and other city amenities through the City of Roswell. In the financial considerations of fiscal year 22, Phase 1, $340,000 estimated, and fiscal year 23, Phase 2, in the amount of $270,000.
All right. I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Roebuck. Ms. Call, are you comfortable that you have a correct understanding of the motion? Okay. You want to say a few words before I turn to the council?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I believe that I want to make sure I correct the terminology with where the funding will come from. The funding for this project will come from 2601, the account 2601, which is our capital improvement fund. It is fed partially from the general fund, but it can also be fed from other resources. Does not take money away from the road fund, doesn't utilize property tax. This is generally gross receipts tax that is funding the capital improvement funds, similar to the museum, the zoo, the golf course, and so on. So I just want to make sure if there is available lodgers tax by the time we hit the phase 2, I think we're all happy to lean into that a little bit farther. My concern right now is that we're trying to get the economy back to where it's supposed to be. So the money would actually come from the 2601 account, the old 301 account, if you want to remember what the budget was. So thank you.
Okay. On that note, I have Councilor Best and Councilor Foster. Councilor Best, you have the floor.
Okay, so I'm having real problems digging around for an RFP without a complete design. And these two young ladies on the phone are going to say, what do you mean without a complete design? We've done everything we've been asked to do. Obviously, they were not asked to figure out how to light these up. I was told earlier in this conversation, well, we'll just slap some lights on the little disky thing there and it'll work. And I'm like everybody else, I'm tired. I'm ready to go home. But this is not, you keep throwing money at something instead of getting a complete design for this. Now we're just going to throw something on it to light it up. And I'm not happy with where the money's coming from originally, my opinion. I understand we have to have advertising to get places. I get that. I'm just not comfortable with the design without the lights, because we're going to want lights, and if these designs are not made, even a blank spot for a light later on, you're going to have a electrical nightmare, even with solar or wind, to get them on these signs. Now, if they're hollow and you put lights on the inside and there's somehow to do that, I get that. But I don't see that in these drawings that you flip back and forth, that these are hollow on the inside where you can set lights down in there and set a little solar panel on top. So yeah. I'm having a little problem that these are not complete designs. These girls were not probably asked for lights. I get that. You can't design something without the whole diagram. So I'm still
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I was going to state that these signs were not designed intended to have lighting on them. Is that correct?
So can I interject, Mr. Knapp?
Yes.
Okay, so the process is right now, and I'll have Amy if she would like to speak to it. These are the design plans. We will have final design concept drawings that then we can give to the fabricator and installer if you like the design concept that has been presented here tonight. So what we will do, you asked for some additional lighting. The monument sign, we do want to have lighting. We will take all of your feedback, regroup with our committee if it's approved tonight, which the design was, and have them work those into the final plans that then they would give to the fabricator and installer to give us the final cost estimates of what had been designed. Amy, do you want to add anything to that and how that process works from your expertise?
Sure. Thanks, Juanita. Yeah. So upon approval of the concept this evening, the one of the big remaining things we have left to do to complete the plan is complete what we call design intent drawings, which was the last slide in the presentation that shows things are dimensioned, general characteristics of materials are called out. It's really enough information for the city, for you to then go directly to the fabricators and installers and have them then produce, what we call shop drawings. So the drawings from which these things will be built. And so, certainly as part of the production of the design intent drawings, I think we can work into that the option to add lighting to the signs where that would be appropriate. I think, Councilor, as you mentioned, there is that opportunity to not necessarily install lighting, but make it possible, whether you sort of run that conduit, through the post or on the interior of the sign. And I think that there is certainly flexibility within the design concept that has been presented to do that.
So on 21, we just okayed a concept that is not complete at this point, but yet we're also doing an RFP that is on a non-complete concept that you are going to fix now since I've said something. And
no, that's not true.
Okay, I yield. I'm done.
I have Counselor Foster and Counselor Roebuck. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
I still go back to funding, and right now I don't see that we have to even say what funding it's coming from, and that's my whole drawback. Do we know what the balance is in our lodger's tax right now?
I'm sure we do.
Okay.
So as far as our entire budget.
And when we're talking about when the RFP goes out, when we start having to spend money on this, that'll be a different balance then too. And so that's where tying a fund to it right now is what I'm having difficulty with. And I can vote yes on the concept, but when we come back to actually funding it, and if it comes from something other than lodger's tax, I will have difficulty voting yes for it. And that's because I'm expend all of lodger's tax that we have, and then maybe making up the source out of general fund. I can see that. But just because, lodger's tax is kind of low right now, let's just use it from general, it goes against what
Yeah, Mayor and Councilor, it's not just because it's low. We intend to spend all of that lodger's tax. And the thing is that if it increases faster, then we're good. If gross receipts tax increase faster, we have additional cash wherever you choose to put it. So I agree with you. I don't think you have to decide, excuse me, exactly where the funding will come from right now. Just if you're committing to the project to that whatever level you're committing to tonight, and then we can come back and we can debate farther as to where that funding comes from.
I'm way more comfortable with that vote than us saying for sure that it's coming out of lodger's tax, or not lodger's tax, but out of general fund.
Certainly.
All right, thank you.
I have Counselor Roebuck, and I exhaust my list. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've been trending in the past couple of years under Joe's leadership of staff to come and try to temperature check the council a little more. And I know that I think Ms. Jennings also really appreciates knowing that when she's going forward that she has support of the council on some of these big projects. And I think that's kind of what we're doing here. We're saying, okay, generally speaking, this is the way that staff really wants to go. They are trying to get a good temperature read on us, and they want a little bit of an official thumbs up on that. Obviously, when you're going to deal with a lot of these details, things are going to get changed. It happens on all these things. I appreciate what Councilor Best has been saying. I don't think that's the case. That's not what this is right now. This is not trying to get something approved that hasn't been fully thought out. It's a temperature check to come to council and say, hey, this is the direction we'd like to go. It's a serious and significant investment. It's also a very public, visible thing. I know that, and again, I wasn't part of that vote, so I don't want to speak to it, but I know that there was one councilor who said that voting on the entry signs was the worst vote they ever made. So I wasn't part of that, so I won't speak to that. So I think that doing this process the way that staff has decided to, that's the purpose of this. And that's the point of this step now. And we'll continue to walk with them through this process, but I think they really want to get a temperature read about, okay, if we're spending roughly this much money, are you guys going to feel good about it or not? And I think ultimately that's what's happening today. I yield.
All right, I have Counselor Perry. That exhausts my list. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I do not do this to frustrate. I do this to try to find a mutual place for the council in this. My reservation is I love the monument sign personally. I think it's great. I think that I would like to have better understanding of where we can place that instead of purchasing a $130,000 sign that then we're trying to find a place to put it. So I would like to I'm going to make an motion for an amendment, okay? And it's just going to be this. If it goes somewhere, it does. If it does not, I'd like to make a motion at this time to amend to strike the $130,000 for the monument sign at this time to allow for phase one to be $210,000.
I have a motion to amend, striking from phase one, the $130,000 for the monument sign. We do not have a second. The motion fails for lack of a second. We are back on. All right, Counselor, anything else?
I understand what counselors are saying. I have strong reservation about the monument sign, though I do like it very much. So we have a decision to make. Are we going to just put this off and allow another council in 10 years to spend money on another group? And with all due respect, I don't remember ever in the conversation us giving any direction for lighting at all. I don't remember that. Maybe that happened before I came back to the council. I don't remember that being part of it. I don't want us to miss the opportunity that we've gotten so far into to finally get this done. I think that it's a good project for our community. It's a good project for those traveling through, and I think it's a good thing for those who live here, for us to be proud in. So I yield.
All right, thank you. I have Councilor Urpe, so you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I call for the question.
Well, I don't think we need to, because I don't think there's anybody else. So I was gonna, if you call the question, then we have to take a vote to call the question.
Okay,
So let me just try and get a vote in. If I don't succeed, I'll come back to you. How's that for a deal?
Okay.
All right. I don't have anything else on my list, so I'm going to, at this point, call for a voice vote. A voice vote approves the cost estimates for the purpose of allowing staff to go out with an RFP budget. This is not a budget adjustment. This is a ceiling for staff for the purposes of acquiring proposals. Are we comfortable with that statement, Mr. Patterson? Mr. Fuentes? Mr. Nebb?
Yes, sir.
All right. A yes or aye is yes, a no or nay is no. All those in favor of approving the cost estimates signify by saying aye.
Aye. Explanation.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right. What we got, hang on. We have 7 yes, 2 no. The noes are Oropesa and Best. And I have a request to explain vote by Counselor Foster. So, Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
My yes is when you're looking at this, we don't have a funding source, and so we still have to come back to us for a funding source. So
We concurred. There will be a budget adjustment. I have Counselor Perry also on this matter.
For clarification, I think that we need to move forward with this for the community to know, because I know this has been sort of a hot topic on Facebook and different places, saying put that money into roads. I think that Lewis it's going to be difficult to spend the money we put into roads this year. We have put more money into roads this year than I can ever remember happening. So just for clarification for anyone, they're going to get the road fixes for sure. Okay, thank you.
All right. I'm tempted to draw attention to the 2 no votes, but I'm going to resist it. We are now on item number 23. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee. I move to terminate the lease agreement dated January 6th, 2006, and approve the renewal lease agreement between the City of Roswell and Roswell Vegetable Farms Incorporated for the Allison Farm, giving additional assurances and clarifying the tenant's investment of approximately $97,980 to improve the irrigation system at an annual base rate of $65,608.71, and after the first year, the rent will annually increase by 3% or CPI, whichever is greater, for a term commencing January 22nd, 2022 through December 31st, 2029, with the option to renew for up to 2 additional 5-year periods, including Exhibit A and B and all other terms and conditions of the lease.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Perry to approve the termination of the current lease and acceptance of a new lease for the Allison Farm property as presented. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Here we have Allison Farm, Roswell Vegetable Farm, and for the sake of transparency, Councilor Stubbs, I went ahead and removed the additional sign. It was noted at committee that I was perhaps covering something up on the property, and in fact I was. It was unintentional. There's some old barns that are used for equipment and storage and things there, but there's no residence or anything like that on the property. So there it is. The Roswell Vegetable Farms, Inc. has leased the Allison Farm property from the city of Roswell since January 18, 2006, under the current lease addendum number 3. It is set to expire December 31st, 2025. The new term shall start on January 1st, 2022, and shall continue for a period of 8 years until December 31st, 2029. The current leaseholder, Mr. Doug DeGroot, wishes to invest approximately $97,980 to improve the irrigation system at the Allison Farm property. I would like to extend the term of his current lease to guarantee opportunity to realize the benefits of the investment. The rent amount, again, will be $65,608.71. Each additional annual rent payment will be a new base rent plus the CPI or 3%, whichever is greater. The legal committee recommended 4-0 approval on the meeting on August 26th. Consider recommending approval of a renewed lease agreement with Roswell Vegetable Farms and Allison Farm. And Mr. Doug DeGroot is here if you have any questions for him as well. Thank you.
And let me clarify that the termination is effective December 31st of this year, and when the new one starts January 1, because he's paid through this year, and so the new lease will start the beginning of next year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fair enough. All right, counselors, questions, comments on this? Seeing no one jumping on my list, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the termination of an existing lease and the reissuance of a new lease to the same entities at the terms specified in the attached documents. A no or nay rejects these changes to the lease. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Sir.
at some time soon, could we have a 5-minute recess? It's
I
been quite a
was
while.
going to try and stretch it to 11:23.
I can try.
Mr. DeGroot, I'd like to thank you for sitting through this circus tonight. I greatly appreciate it, but I could have really used that coffee you had a few minutes ago.
I was going to comment also on this
Thank you. Thank you.
glutton for punishment. All right, let's go on to item number 24, Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I make a motion to approve professional services amendment in the amount of $496,225 for design and construction services of a wastewater treatment plant dewatering facility to HDR Inc. of Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I have a motion and a second, motion by Counselor Roebuck and a second by Counselor Foster to approve an HDR contract amendment to the dewatering project. Mr. Nahar.
Mayor, council, haven't seen you since yesterday. Almost, huh?
It's not quite. We're getting there, though.
We're getting there.
We will.
What we're doing here is we're working on the dewatering project, AKA the screw pumps. So that's the picture that we have there. That's what we eventually want to be building. We'll end up with 3 of them, or 2, and then room for 1 more. As you know, we did an RFP for the design with the option for construction amendment. So that's where we're at now, where the plans are 90% done. New Mexico ED Environmental has approved the plans and has approved us to proceed with bidding and constructing the project. So that's what you have before you is $496,000 in change, which is the construction, the bidding and construction amendment. And we also had $15,000 thrown in there because the pumps that will be feeding this need replacement. So we had to redesign some of those. So that's where we're at in a nutshell. It did go to infrastructure, approved 3-0, and this is for an additional $496,000 to HDR for design amendment, bidding services, construction and inspection services during the construction and dewatering plant. And I stand for any questions.
All right. Questions, comments from Mr. Nahar? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the amendment to the professional services agreement for design and construction. A no or nay rejects it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0.
Mr. Mayor.
Next up is item number 25.
All I want to say is this. I toured the wastewater facility plant last week. What was it, a 2.5 hour? Counselor Stubbs went with me as well. Staff was very gracious to take us out there. I want to highly encourage all counselors to find time. Mr. Matthews went with us as well. I was blown away by what we have out there. And now that I better understand it, it's going to help me better be able to serve my constituents. And I know it would better allow you to serve yours. And I'm confident they would take the time to show you. When these projects come up, now I've got it right in mind what's happening. And I think we need to know that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have now on item number 25, Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve the procurement of engineering department augmentation services in the amount of $100,000.
I have a motion by Counselor Roebuck and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the procurement of engineering department augmentation services. Mr. Nahar.
Mayor, council, augmentation, this is part of what we do with the engineering pool that we have, augmentation or being able to hire or rent a tech, rent a manager, whatever we need. I want to show you briefly why I need help. In 2019, you can see the positions on the top side of each year. On the bottom side, which are what I call my project managers and my assistant engineers. In 2019, there was 3. And now you have this one Boodle that's been doing it since 2020. So I'm asking for help on this augmentation, and this is only going to help on the DOT side. It doesn't do with the utilities. It doesn't do with the development. It doesn't do with the other assignments that I get. This is only part of what I do. So I'm just asking just for the DOT. I will say that we do now have Glenda Allen with the GIS, and we're working progressively to have the GIS up so we can support not only council but all of the other departments, and that hopefully we'll have a website thing so it'll be public use. So what we have before you, I did reach out to 2 of the consultants. They could only find 1 person. I reached out to a 3rd one. They said, we can't help you. It's just hard to find help. So what you have before you, I'm trying to get a project manager, a guy that used to work for me with the DOT, retired, and he'll also help train my guys with the DOT procedures because the paperwork is a little tricky if you don't know what you're doing. And infrastructure did recommend it 3-0, and I stand for any questions.
Okay. I have Counselor Perry and then Counselor Orpesa. Counselor Perry, you have the floor.
Mr. Nahar, just a quick question. How long will this give us with an engineer?
Well, it's not even an engineer. This is just a project manager.
Okay.
An
How long
engineer-
will that get us?
Probably 5 months.
Okay.
And the idea is I want to get the Atkinson built and my DOT projects built with this project manager, and at least train I'm still trying to train some of my staff that know the DOT procedures. Mac Thomas was one that used to do that, and of course Ryan, and neither one's around.
Okay.
All right. Counselor, good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor Orpesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lewis, according to the abstract information, the city has been without a full staff of licensed engineers since December of 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if I understand the information correctly, the engineering department generally has 3 positions?
Typically, we had 3 engineers. Actually, in 2012, we had 4 engineers. And then we had a similar problem. We couldn't fill it, so it just kind of went away. But with 3 engineers, and Jim Thomas wasn't a licensed engineer, but he was a graduate engineer and took all the other stuff that went with it. But typically, there's been 3 to handle the project loads, plus the main city engineer would take care of what I call council and the public stuff.
And since December of 2019, have you seen an increase in your caseload in general, not counting for the caseload as far as missing 2 additional persons?
No, the engineering department has not slowed down. We've got more work. I think that's what you're asking. And I am proud of the staff that I have. And I am very proud of myself that I'm pushing myself that even with the short staff, we've been fortunate. We get more money. You challenge me, you challenge the engineering department, and we stand up and we do it.
And since you are the head of the engineering department for the city, what efforts have you and/or city staff taken to try and hire additional engineers?
I've reached out to all the professional engineers that I know and the companies that I know within the state. Frankly, I'm disappointed with support from the city, support from HR, because I did ask for that we do it, go to Job Indeed, Monster Job. I get recruited all the time. You guys don't know that I'm getting recruited all the time. I even sent some of those recruitment things to HR, said, do something like this, hire a headhunter. Nothing's happening, so I got to do this. Because I agree, and I think where you're headed, and I think what Mr. Perry was asking, I'd much rather pay this money to somebody that's a permanent employee.
Have your efforts included advertising the National Professional Engineering site?
I did request, when I submitted all that it goes to outside sources, outside state newspapers, just everywhere.
And I think you kind of answered this following question. In your opinion, why has it been so difficult to find engineers?
I know it's tough statewide, and I know it's, for whatever reason, Roswell's a hard place to fill. But there's two things. The prices that we have on the salaries that we have, I was requesting more. It got cut. And I think some of you that are business people and tried to recruit professionals, I think even on the teacher side, you have to pay to play. And if we're going to be cheap, then that's what's going to happen. I mean, even with my colleagues to my left, how long does it take every time when we have to hire for an attorney, the process to go through that?
So in your opinion, and I think you kind of touched on it, how can we resolve this issue?
Resolve with this issue, you're just going to have to step up and, again, I still think that we should go through Indeed, we should go through Monster, we should hire a headhunter, and if you want the best, you got to pay the best. But that's my opinion. I'm very passionate about certain things, and this bureau is getting tired.
Well, I believe that an aggressive effort in trying to hire in-house engineers is better than to spend $100,000 on a temporary basis. So in my opinion, I believe that if we create a pool and depend on that pool consistently, we will tend to relax our efforts to hire the necessary engineers. And with that, Mr. Mayor, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to say something, Mr. Fuentes?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and councilors, one of the things that, I work with the engineering department as well as the way the structure is. I think the issue with finding qualified people is just isolated in Roswell. It's throughout the state. But I can tell you there's a lot of other communities in the state of New Mexico that do not have an engineering department. However, they're still required to meet the same standards as we do with our own engineering department. Sometimes unfortunately, what they have to do is use some of the state money to not only incorporate some of the project management and those services that we're seeking here. So I think, as I was hearing Louis, we're gonna be looking at every different avenue through the augmentation services, through the capacity that our department can handle, but also maybe put out an RFP for some of these projects that maybe we might have to give to a firm to take on from A through Z. So we're going to continue to look at all the other options.
Okay. I have nobody else wishing to speak on my list. I'm going to ask for a voice vote. A yes or I approves the engineering department augmentation services procurement. A no or nay rejects it. Please activate your vote box when you respond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0.
Thank you, council.
All right. 11:22 is the time. We are going to take a recess. We will reconvene at 11:30 in 8 minutes. We'll take an 8-minute recess.
Hit snooze.
We've had this conversation because of that. They're okay. Huh? Well, and again, depends on the makeup of the redistricting. By the end of this month, they're supposed to present us with. You know who it is? It's Senator. Ex-Senator brought us there. His company. Of course.
Another hour or just an hour and a half? Hour.
Well, we ended up with a lot.
So, yeah, the FBI man. Yes, sir.
What's that?
You don't look happy, but
Oh.
I have a question.
to hit that just to see if I could get your eyes.
It was twitching, so did you see it?
So, can do our police officers have the authority to enforce arrests for federal? No, that's, let's careful.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can they cite things with the federal court?
In a word, no.
They have to get.
So
And
if you're a Roswell police officer, you might break the federal law.
You could, now, here's the challenge, and what it really works, is that, yes, you could arrest somebody, but the federal system is much more, just because you make the arrest doesn't mean the prosecution will occur. Sure. And this U.S. Attorney's Office has historically always taken the position that they will only pursue cases in which there is a federal agency just running the investigation.
But regardless, too big. Whether the DA decides, or not the DA, but obviously the
U.S. Attorney.
U.S. Attorney decides to pick it up.
So
I'm just saying that there was some law, there's a federal law that happens to contradict the state law. Would our officers be out of line to, like, say, stop by? Say it was illegal for something federally, but at the state level, we'll just say ground.
You're killing me. Oh, help. I'm going to give this to Sharon. We got 2 minutes.
Your wife back there earlier, there was a spider about that big crawling on the floor. She went to waving at the fire chief. He came over there. And stomped out. Her legs were way up in the air.
Not a spider fan, huh? It was just a wolf spider.
She didn't even step on it herself. She had to call somebody.
1 minute. Yep, I agree. All right, Counselor Stubbs, you're going to be first up.
Where are we at? What time?
We're on item 26. We're going to be actually, you got 3, the next 3.
26?
Yep.
Everyone of them. We can call for the
What?
question after. As soon as she finished, we call for the question.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Where are we at? I'll move as quickly as I can. All right, I have 11:30. 11:30, we are back in session. Let the record reflect the entire council is present as there was when we recessed. Next up is item number 26, Councilor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I make my motion, I want to just mention that the financial consideration that is on the abstract for this item is not correct, so it came from somewhere else. But at the recommendation of the legal committee, I move to approve the new service agreement between the city and the Roswell-Hispano Chamber of Commerce for business retention and development and community and professional enhancement for a term of 1 year beginning July 1st, 2021, with options to renew for 2 additional 1-year terms for an annual payment of $30,000, including, in my motion, Exhibit A, scope of work, and B, describing the reporting requirements by the city and all other terms and conditions of this agreement.
All right, if you'll activate your motion button there.
Sorry.
That's okay. I have a motion by Councilor Stubbs and a second by Councilor Moore to approve a service agreement with the Roswell Hispano Chamber of Commerce. Are we teaming again, Mr. Nebb, or is it
Yes,
just
sir.
you?
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Jennings is online, and
Hello.
We're going to let her walk through the slides.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Ms. Jennings.
I don't know, I can't see the screen if Mr. Nava is there, but he did
No.
say he would be attending. But this again is just part of the I'm sorry, it's late. It is part of our community partner service agreements. The city council's asked to approve the scope of work. In 2019, we did revise all of our scope of work agreements to align with new metrics for each of these community partners to again ensure that the taxpayer money was being utilized in the most efficient manner. The Hispano Chamber of Commerce has been a vital partner for the city of Roswell. They turn in their reports quarterly, on time, with thoroughness, and are just a really great partner to work with. I did present this to the legal committee and it passed 4-0 on August 26th. I do apologize for the error on the abstract. The amount is $30,000 for an annual agreement for this current fiscal year. Part of the metrics, Mr. Nebb, if you'll go to the next slide, part of their service agreement and scope of work allocation would include that 55% of it is allocated to business development and retention. 25% is for professional enhancements for their business membership. And then 20% of the $30,000 budget is allocated to their administrative costs, which goes to Mr. Nava's salary. Part of the contract includes metrics which would include their quarterly reports, the same as last year. It provides their activities, their profit and loss actual versus budget statements, again, just to ensure that the money that we are giving them is being utilized in the most efficient manner. And then it also includes some other additional things as far as any board changes, any new activities. I will say they have reached out to the city this past year and have been working with the Roswell Public Library. This weekend, I believe the 10th, 11th, starting tomorrow, they are putting on their Piñata Festival and have included our Roswell Public Library into the planning and integration of that. And overall, I hope that you will approve the requested amount, annual contract of $30,000. And I will stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. Counselors, questions or comments? I don't see any. I too am Councilor Arpaisa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just I think I heard Juanita say that they have their event the 11th. Did I hear you right, Juanita?
Yes, I think it starts tomorrow, actually, the 10th, 11th, and 12th. I think it's this coming weekend because on Saturday, they are doing a big tribute for 9/11.
Okay, because my understanding was that they were going to do the Piñata Fest on Friday, starting Friday, Saturday.
Yes. Their flyer said the 10th, 11th, and 12th.
Okay, then I got missed.
But I know it's this weekend. Don't miss it because it's going to be a really great event.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I have Councilor Kennard on the phone too.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention, this is why I think with the presentation of the Chamber of Commerce earlier, this is how we get into situations, and I'm not trying to diminish what the Hispano Chamber has done. They've done a great job. I think they've been a good example as to how to be a good partner with the city. But these are the things, these kind of contracts are what we need to keep an eye on. I know that within that contract, it says that the city manager is responsible for like the oversight and evaluation. But I would just like to mention, I think this is how we got into the situation with the Roswell Chamber of Commerce, because we can get lax. And I think it's just very important that we're holding these contract holders, our partners, accountable. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to diminish what the Hispano Chamber has done. I think they've been a great example. I just think that we need to require that of all of our partners. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I have no one else on my list at this time. I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or I approves the service agreement between the Roswell Hispano Chamber of Commerce and the City of Roswell. A no or nay rejects the agreement. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, it's 9-0. Next up is item number 27, Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, this is at the recommendation of the Legal Committee that I move to approve to purchase a 12-yard dump truck with a snow plow in the amount of $185,191.50 for use at the Roswell Air Center.
I motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the purchase of a 12-yard dump truck. Good evening, Ms. Hicks.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, I am asking you to consider a non-budgeted item, a 12-yard dump truck for the Roswell Air Center in the amount of $185,191.50. They currently have a 1992 10-yard dump truck. They're going to not trade it in, but get rid of it once they get their 12-yard dump truck, and they're asking to get a snowplow implement for it so that they can handle snow events that will clear off the runways in the specified amount of time that the FAA requires. The truck is a 2023 International, and it comes from Roberts Truck Center under a New Mexico state price agreement. The legal committee voted 4-0 to approve this purchase, and I stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments, counselors? I don't see any, so we will make this a voice vote. A yes or I approves the purchase of the 12-yard dump truck with snowplow for the Roswell Air Center. A no or nay rejects that. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 28. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, at the recommendation of the Legal Committee, I move to approve the purchase of a Toro Groundmaster 5900 in the amount of $111,276.83 for use at the Roswell Air Center.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the purchase of a Toro mower for the Roswell Air Center. Ms. Hicks, you haven't changed a bit.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is also a request for the Air Center. It was not a budgeted expense. However, their 2005 Toro mower that they're currently using requires a main hydraulic pump. The people that are working on it, which is Simpson Norton, have told us, however, that if they replace that pump and they increase the pressure, probably many other things will go down with it. So we're asking to purchase a new Toro Groundsmaster 5900 in the amount of $111,276.83 under a CES contract. The legal committee voted 4-0 to approve this purchase at their regular meeting, and I stand for any questions.
Questions or comments for Ms. Hicks? Seeing none, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or I approves the purchase of the Toro mower as presented for the Roswell Air Center. A no or nay rejects the purchase. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 29. Counselor Perry.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion at the recommendation of the Finance Committee of a vote of 3-0 to purchase 5 new 3/4-ton regular cab trucks.
No. 29.
What did I say?
You're not
You're
on.
working on 31.
You're on 31. You need to go to 29.
Oh, I am so tired. You are right, thank you.
The fun's just begun, Counselor.
Don't
Don't fade out on me.
Don't start. Okay, let's start over again.
All right.
I make a motion at the recommendation of the Finance Committee in a vote of 3-0 to approve spending up to $250,000 in budgeted funds for purchasing and equipping police vehicles.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the spending of up to $250,000 in budgeted funds for purchasing and equipping police vehicles. Ms. Hicks, long time no
Well,
see.
hello, Mr. Mayor and Council. This request is a little bit different than what we normally ask you for. You have budgeted $780,500 to replace aging vehicles for the police department, and we really, really appreciate that. However, because of the COVID situation and not being able to purchase vehicles in a timely manner the way that we normally could, and the fact that we can't have the dealerships hold those vehicles without actually getting a PO in place, we're asking you to pre-approve $250,000, which is not quite what's left over from what they haven't spent so far, to purchase vehicles. We've already lost several vehicles that we had secured because we weren't able to get the PO. Right now, our purchasing limit is $60,000. We have to bring it to council for approval, and that is not even 2 vehicles. So what we're asking is that you give Captain Joe Smith and City Manager Joe Nebb the ability to approve the vehicles up to that $250,000 for purchasing them and also outfitting them.
Okay. I have Counselor Perry on this matter. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate, today while at the bank, I ran into Michael Moore with Crumlin, and we were discussing the fact, I asked, are you selling a lot of vehicles? And he said, when we can get them, we're able to sell them. And it is very critical right now because of production, because of everything, that we give our management the ability to, as soon as those things are showing up, that we can get on them and make this purchase. It's going to be a good addition for our fleet.
All right. Thank you, Counselor. There is no one else on my list to speak. At this time, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves or authorizes the spending up to $250,000 in budgeted funds for purchasing and equipping police vehicles as presented. A no or nay rejects that option. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, it passes 9-0. Next up is item number 30, Counselor Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose that for the council to consider the Mississippi option to finally connect the Spring River Trail and Cielo Grande Trail.
I have a motion by Counselor Foster and a second by Counselor Moore to consider options to connect Spring River and the Cielo Grande trails. Mr. Nahar.
Mayor, Council, ready to take a little walk?
Yeah.
What you have before you, as Councilor Foster said, we're going to go to the Mississippi option of the connection of Spring River Trail to the Cielo Grande Trail. And basically what we're proposing is to stripe it on one side of the street, depending on which street you're on, for a trail. I'm also going to explore using speed humps. Yes, speed humps.
Wait a minute. What did you do with the real Mr. Nahar?
He got lost. He got tired. But we're going to try speed humps, signing. I mean, if we're going to do something different, I want to take care of the people. Number one, you got to take care of the users that are out there. So let's take a little walk. This is the Spring River Trail where it crosses there at Montana, not too far from Counselor's house. And you're looking north as you would be walking towards Riverside. And there you're on Riverside. There we would be on the right-hand side. We're not going to use the sidewalk because the sidewalk is in not very good shape. And I am still trying to save some money. And again, we're gonna put it on the street. And then this is looking, where you would turn looking north up Mississippi, looking north. We would put the trail on the west side, because I've been driving this for, I don't know, how many months we've been looking at this, Councilor Foster, a couple of months now? Well, yeah, but this option, 2 months. I drive by there all sorts of time. I've only seen one time, one vehicle parked on the west side. I do want to say, with the vote that you do tonight, you're just going to be voting for the route. I'll have to come back and do a resolution for no parking on the west side. That's typically how we've done in the past when we do no parking. Those of you around me, remember we did no parking around the schools. I'll have to do it by resolution to get your support. So that'd be walking on Mississippi, still walking on Mississippi. The left side, as you're looking at that, would be where the trail would be. There's also no houses facing Mississippi on the west side, so it's a good location. Okay, so there you're at 8th Street, and you just cross the street, and you're looking to go across the drainage area there, the weeds, to connect to the trail. That's one option, which is what Parks and Rec recommended and what General Services also recommended, the going straight option. So we'd have to put in some pipes, build the asphalt trail, blah, blah, and then the ADA. The other option that was not voted was if you would just go there and just build sidewalk on the north side of 8th Street, and you would be walking on a new sidewalk to the trailhead there at 8th and Montana. And you can see I'd have to put a sidewalk drain too, because there's also drainage that I had to account for. And again, there's the diagram of how we would do it in concept. I would have probably about 7 speed humps, additional signage. As far as the money, I can make this work within my engineering money and streets maintenance money, both our maintenance funds, our 40/20 funds. And the estimates there include some of the costs that would go to a contractor, and then some of the costs that we would do by buying materials and having the street guys build the speed humps. We did practice speed bumps behind the old Sears. If you've seen that alley, that was an experiment with the guys building their own. So I stand for any questions.
All right, I have Councilor Foster. Councilor, you have the floor.
Well, and one of the other things that wasn't mentioned is Spring River Corridor has talked about they had set aside some funds for this too. And so, because they're really have been into wanting to get these connected. And the other statement I have is this is just the first. We've talked about we don't need to have just one connection to Cielo Grande, and we do have some grants that we've applied for.
Correct, and that's what you see there, the TAP application picture that I used. I have an application in with the New Mexico DOT. If we do get approved, that would be about $200,000, if I remember correctly, for fiscal year 23. And then there we could add some of what's been discussed more frequently is the connection coming off of Sycamore on the west side.
And that way we could have a west side and an east side connecting. And this is the quickest east side and most economical east one that we've seen. So, and as Councilor Best said, this has been 5 years or almost 5 years in the works. So I'm glad we finally brought it to the council. Thanks. I yield.
All right, I have Councilor Perry.
Just a quick question. We are talking, you kept saying walking, and then we saw on the map, we're talking about bicycle and walking.
Yeah, it'd be a recreational trail.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Well, I was walking because I walk and I don't ride a bike.
Okay. My other question is, bicyclists, they are required to follow the traffic laws well, stop signs, that kind of stuff, or not?
Yes.
I understood they do. Okay. So in city, this is statement for, and I don't need a massive, but when you're striping this, is that part of it, showing them the?
Yeah, we would have a striped trail. As you look at my typical section, there's a stripe separating where the trail is going to be.
I see the stripe that separates them from the vehicular, but is there going to be, like in some vehicular, there's a long line that shows for stop sign, that kind of thing. Is there such things for bike lines for them to understand?
I wouldn't put stop lines for the trail. I mean, you don't need one as you're riding a bike, and because the rule is share the road. When there's no trail, they're required to share the road. So, I mean, the stuff that I'm doing extra, yes, I'm going to stripe the trail, and then I'm going to put the speed humps only where the vehicles will be driving. There would not be the speed humps in the trail.
Okay.
I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yeah, I just, this is something new to our community.
This is something new to our community.
And we already have people who don't stop at stop signs with bikes. I'm
Well, yeah, and
concerned
the thing
about
is, with the
extra-
speed humps, I would be reducing it in all directions.
Okay.
Because I do worry about doing something different. And to me, experimenting with the speed humps would help.
Sure. And this may be a good subject for the Roswell Studios, or, to consider putting something out to help people understand as we start to adapt to this. But I
Yeah,
don't
we
want
could
to-
have public information to help us explain the trail once we open it up.
Okay. All right, I have no one else on my list wishing to speak. I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the trail connection plan between Spring River Trail and Cielo Grande Trail. A yes approves, a no rejects. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0.
Thank you, council.
Next up is item number 31.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're finally going to let me talk about it, right? Yep. Okay, all right. I make a motion at the recommendation of the Finance Committee in a vote of 3-0 to approve the purchase of 5 new 3/4-ton regular cab trucks using the statewide purchasing contract, which is and this is already budgeted for.
Okay. Excuse me, I apologize. We have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the purchase of 5 Ford F-250 pickups for the Water Department. Mr. Sanchez.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm here this evening asking you to consider approval to purchase 5 new 3/4-ton regular cab trucks. These trucks will be used for the meter readers, the meter setters, and the service techs to do turn-on, turn-offs. The purchase price is $151,885 off the statewide purchasing contract, and that will be from Don Chalmers Ford. That's $30,377 per pickup. The Finance Committee recommended approval, 3-0, and with that, I stand for any questions.
Any questions or comments on this purchase?
And it was budgeted. Sorry, Major.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I have no one wishing to speak. I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or aye approves the purchase of the 5 pickup trucks as presented. A no or nay rejects the purchase of the trucks. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 32. Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At a vote of 3-0, the Finance Committee has made recommendation, and I make a motion that we approve an award to Roof Care for the Roswell Museum and Art Center rooftop ductwork renovation project in the amount of $97,191.31, utilizing the CES purchasing agreement.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the award to Roof Care for the rooftop ductwork renovation at the Roswell Museum and Art Center. Mr. Fuentes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and councilors, Mr. Moore couldn't be here today, so I'm presenting on his behalf. So this is a request to improve and fix the Roswell Museum roof. As you can see on this picture, there's quite a bit of roof out there. And the roof ducting is in need of immediate repair due to damage from annual storms and the deterioration of the unprotected ductwork that has many compromised seals, splits, and open penetrations. These deficiencies are allowing the roof to leak, and of course, we do want to protect our asset and the art inside of the building. So we did receive a quote from Roof Care, who has been doing quite a bit of our roof work in the amount of $97,191.31, and again, utilizing the CES purchasing agreement, and we are asking council consideration and approval of the request.
All right, thank you. I have Councilors Foster and Best. Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
Well, I just wanted to say that I happened to be there during a day that it was raining gallons, and there were single leaks almost throughout the whole thing. The staff was really good about getting buckets under them, and at least from what I saw, nothing was hitting our items in art, but it was very particularly since that was a fairly new roof to see those leaks. And so I do think that, I want us to get it fixed however we can, but I still say some of it needs to be looked at to see whether the warranty or whatever the original contractor that put that roof on needs to be held accountable for it. So, thank you. I yield.
All right, I have Councilor Best.
I had the same thing that Barry is saying. When I got here in 2012, the previous attorney that was here did not fill out warranty information. So the art center, planetarium, library, all those warranties were not filled out. They were not followed through. So we ended up paying through the nose to get everything replaced. So let's make sure that we get our warranties and all of our ducks in a row on that. Thank you.
All right. I have no one else on my list. At this point, I will ask for a voice vote. A yes or I approves the awarding to Roof Care for the rooftop ductwork renovation project at the Roswell Museum and Arts Center. A no or nay rejects the award of that contract. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, seeing none, passes 9-0. Next up is item number 33. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move we go into closed session pursuant to New Mexico statutes annotated 1978, Section 10-15-1, to discuss attorney-client privilege matters relating to pending litigation involving the New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department.
I have a motion by Councilor Perry and a second by Councilor Foster to go into closed session to discuss attorney-client privilege matters relating to pending litigation. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be a roll call vote. A yes or aye takes us into the closed session. A no or nay keeps us into open session. Councilors, please note that there is an action item following this closed session where we will come back into open public meeting and be asked to take an action. So what I'm saying is I would like all of you to stay with us through the next few minutes. In addition, we have a few more items that will not take us very long. I know it's very late. We're all, well, or early, depending on how you look at it. We're all tired, but we are close to being completed. Let's just hang in there. With that, I will ask Ms. Call to call the roll. Once again, a yes or aye takes us into closed session. A no or nay keeps us in open session. Ms. Call the roll.
Councilor Best? Yep. Councilor Robeck?
Yes.
Councilor Moore?
Yes.
Councilor Kennard?
Yes.
Councilor Foster?
Yes.
Councilor Perry?
Yes.
Councilor Oropesa?
Yes.
Councilor Stubbs?
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez?
Yes.
Motion passes.
And Councilor vote box. And Counselor Sanchez, same thing. Can you activate your vote button? All right, and the vote is 9-0. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 12:02. Mr. Neb, where are we meeting? In the far back. Let's meet in there no later than 12:05. That gives us 3 minutes to move down there. We are in recess, moving to closed session. Yeah, I love Larry Conley. Those are cool.
Made it. Made it to the end.
Maybe. Don't jinx it.
All right. Counselor? It is 12:21. We are back in open session. Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the record, the council's back in open session at 12:21 a.m. And we had a closed session pursuant to New Mexico statutes annotated 1978, Section 1015-1, to discuss attorney-client privilege matters relating to pending litigation involving the New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department. No action was taken and no votes were cast. And for the record, Councilor Kennard was not with us as well.
Correct. But she is back at this point, is that correct? So we have Counselor Kennard has rejoined us. All right, Counselors, Mr. Patterson has a statement, and then we'll move on to item number 34.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, once again. With this last item, we are going to ask you to consider approving a settlement agreement with the New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department in relation to litigation that the city has been involved in since approximately November 2019. The city was actually a latecomer to this lawsuit, which started back in 2018 with a lawsuit that was filed by the city of Albuquerque and a few other jurisdictions. The basic tenor of the lawsuit is that the Taxation and Revenue Department withheld sums of GRT revenue which was owed to the city, and the way that they did that was in contradiction to law. And so essentially, they wrongfully withheld this money from Roswell and many other cities and municipalities, villages, counties, all local governments throughout the state. So this lawsuit, after pending for some time, went to mediation. The mediation itself was not successful. However, the parties kept working at trying to settle it. Ultimately, the state offered a global settlement of $50 million for all of the jurisdictions involved, which is 44 different municipalities and counties and things. So you all have been provided with a copy of the settlement documents, and the sums which Roswell, which would be entitled to if you approve this document. The gross recovery would be $2,239,627.53. However, after contingency fees and taxes, it would end up being $1,996,767.92 would be the net recovery that the city of Roswell would receive from this settlement should you approve it. That number is derived out of the global $50 million settlement based on a formula which was derived by our counsel in the lawsuit based on litigation risk and proportionate share of the $50 million. Each jurisdiction has agreed to this formula, and if we approve this document, we would settle the lawsuit, which would be dismissed, and we would release all claims against the state for wrongfully withholding GRT all the way up until May 31 of 2021. I would stand for your questions.
All right, I actually need to have a motion by Counselor Perry. Counselor, you want to go ahead and make the formal motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as much as it pains me, I make a motion that we agree to the settlement with the New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department.
I have a motion by Counselor Perry and a second by Counselor Moore to enter into the settlement agreement in the litigation against the New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department. Questions or comments, counselors? I do have one quick question. Chavez County is not a plaintiff in this matter. Are any of the other 3 municipalities in Chavez County plaintiffs that you know of?
I don't believe so, no.
I didn't think.
No, I don't think so.
And I know Hobbs is.
Hobbs
Anybody
is.
else nearby? And if you don't know, that's okay. I just was kind
There's
of.
44 of them. I can't quite remember off the top of my head.
All
But
right.
yeah, besides Hobbs, none are jumping to mind.
Okay. No, not critical. Counselor Stubbs? Eunice. They began the whole thing, yeah. Okay, make sure your microphone's on. Anything else, counselors? Does this need to be a roll call vote?
Yes.
I was thinking that might be the situation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this will be a roll call vote. A yes or aye approves the settlement of the lawsuit against the New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department as presented by Mr. Patterson. A no or nay rejects the settlement. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Brobeck?
Yes.
Counselor Moore?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes, with explanation.
Counselor Perry?
Yes, with explanation.
Counselor Oropesa?
Yes.
Counselor Stubbs?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, that's 9-0. Counselor Foster with explanation.
Thank you, Mayor. I reluctantly, I know how we, settlements, can, be bad, negate some things, but, with the understanding that this is significantly less than, what was stolen from us, and I'll use that term, and they are, with their advertising and releasing it to the media to make it sound like they're, it was a great thing that they're doing to, I don't agree, but I do know that this will help probably 44 other, or 43 other municipalities, and I mean, $2 million will help us, but I don't like the principle of it. I yield.
All right, Counselor Perry.
Just to say that there are times that I remember growing up saying, eat what's on your plate or you don't eat it all, and that's sort of a situation that we're in, so we make the best of it.
All right, very good. Next up is future agenda items. Let me quickly say this. Next council meeting, we will vote on when we will have the November City Council. My inclination is November 18th, but that is a decision you, as a governing body, will make. I'm also, in my very preliminary discussions with Mr. Nebb, wishing to schedule this special City Council meeting to discuss the ICIP and resolve it Tuesday at 5 p.m. That means we have to get the agenda out by noon today in 11 and a half hours, 5 p.m. And we will implement the sticker approach, Mr. Nebb.
Yes,
Is that-
sir.
Okay. So if you cannot make it physically, but wish to participate via GoToMeeting or GoToMeeting, what we will do is have Ms. Call or her staff place the stickers where you want them placed. All right? So I am inclined to go there. Mr. Nebb and I will resolve that in a few hours. I'd say tomorrow, but that'd be a lie. It's in a few hours. On that then, committee reports. Anything additional we have not discussed that's pending before your committee that you think the council needs to be aware of? We're going to walk through this. Finance, Councilor Perry, anything of that nature?
Oh, I got plenty I could talk about, but we'll hold back. I will say that this is actually dealing with legal, but I do plan to have a resolution, hopefully before legal, with permission of Councilor Stubbs, on the 3030 consideration.
Okay. General Services, Councilor Foster.
No report, sir.
Okay. Infrastructure, Councilor Roebuck.
Nothing I want to get into tonight. Thank you.
All right. Public Safety, Councilor Best.
Nope.
And Legal, Councilor Stubbs.
Cannabis.
Uh-huh. All right. On that, we now come to the city manager report. I understand you only have 102 slides. Is that correct, Mr. Nebb?
Yeah, it's based upon the number of hours we've been here, but no, Mayor, City Council, thank you again for tonight. Just a reminder, we do have the Finance Committee workshop next Thursday at 9 a.m. And we'll be discussing the American Rescue Plan and potential projects for that. The mayor and I had been talking in the last week, and he was sharing some of his frustrations with the zoo pond. And I did send out an email to everybody so that you had kind of the same layout as to what the mayor and I discussed as to where we're at and how we were going with that. The pond has been closed for right at 2 years. I think we closed it in October 2 years ago, and we came in. We're coming into that 2-year mark now. We ended up choosing to do the cleanup and all these renovations, these improvements to that in-house, which that changed the dynamic of this project to a certain point. We decided to serve as general contractor, which made the project not work the same. So it's not like going out, hiring a contractor, doing bids, and doing the project just in that window of time. As we started into that work, and the intent of that was to save money in order to do this work. We had a staff that could do most of the work. We got a lot of help from some partners. So I'll be coming back to you in the next, probably in the next council meeting in October, with a full report on what it cost us and how much it saved by doing it this way. The challenge was that we gave up time for it, and that's where, while it's not, I don't like talking about this too much, but COVID did cause us a lot of slow up. In March of 2020, I froze all the spending. Once we started knowing that we were going to shut down for COVID, I stopped the spending for purchasing any material, any items and everything else. We continued working everybody so we could continue doing some of the cleanup, but we couldn't put anything back at that point in time. And that freeze on expenditures went into June and July as we prepared the next budget. So a lot of the problems that happened with the pond were caused by city administration for that. Mike and I met with Jim just this week as well too, and we covered the details of the repairs. I won't read it verbatim, but essentially the pond will be done with Jim Burris's work by September 30th, 2021. We're really close to that time frame. In fact, Game and Fish was out there today in their boat helping install the bubblers in order to keep the water moving. My understanding is the waterfall is almost fully repaired and ready to go. We had to add more water because the well, the shallow well system that we had out there failed as well. And so we did move in water from city water onto the site for fire protection, and it'll serve as that. We'll come back later and we'll fix the wells because less expensive to irrigate and do all that work for that. And so as we walk through that, we also looked at purchasing the property to the south, and that conversation with the council, that just affected purchasing of material for fencing and such like that. And I think as we went down through there, you'll see the attachment that I sent with the email. It has all the different projects and all the activities that are left to go. And then I also stated in the email that Mr. Wright, the zoo director, is working with his staff as to how we intend to reopen the pond. Because as the pond is a part of the zoo, we're trying to work within that. We are trying to control the number of free days that the pond is available, one, to stop the fishing out, and we're also talking about implementing our own equipment and tackle for fishing as well too, so use of cane poles. So we're not going to get anybody out there with that deep sea fishing stuff and then back into the boat and everything. So the idea was to bring it back to the educational process of what it was supposed to be, and to allow the fish to continue to grow and not be fished out by over-loving the pond. And so that'll be coming very soon. They are working with that. I know Mr. Wright is working on the fencing. That needs to still go back. We have purchased the fencing. The only thing that we will not have out there at this point in time will be the additional shelters, the picnic tables, the benches, and we still have some trees that we want to put out there. The reason that we've held off on doing that is because we want to memorialize or provide the ability to memorialize any of that. So you can put a bench out there for your loved ones. You can put a shelter out there for a family. And so we want to be having that opportunity to create that sponsorship as well too. I know that we have the grass seed already in place. Bermuda, we've already kind of missed the window. So they'll be seeding it with Bermuda plus rye or wheatgrass in order to get a faster germination so that we can get it green until the Bermuda grass can take. So if you have any questions, please let us know, but I'll be bringing Mr. Burris to the next council meeting to cover in greater detail all the work that was involved. We had help from the Flood Commission. We had help from a lot of different individuals, and so we'll want to recognize them at that time too. Mayor, City Council, that's my report.
By the way, thank you very much for that response to my inquiries. I appreciate the thoroughness of your response and the timeliness too. Councilors, is there anything else we need to deal with at this time? I mean, it's early in the morning, so we could. All right. It is 12:38. We are adjourned.
You get more grumpy or less grumpy later?